Whoa, 12 out of 19. That was weird. 12 out of 17. Why is it saying 17 channels? Oh my god, did Restream fix their... 12 out of 17? That's amazing. I'm broadcasting to 17 channels. I know 2 of them aren't reading back. But,
Yeah, I just got a notification for one on YouTube.
yeah, I just got a notification on one of them too. Hello everybody, welcome to the show. Give me a second here. Pull that up right there. Okay, good morning. Amazing news this morning, because I was really concerned about the person who I wrote the title about, one of the truth tellers of our time.
Stephen Running. Hi.
Hey Steve, how's it going?
Joe H. On our way to 20K.
I know, right? We're watching those prices go up. We hit 17.9 this morning, man, and my crypto was banking. Nice to see Joe. I figured you'd be here this morning. Yeah, we'll talk about that eventually. But right now I want to talk about Rebekah Jones. Rebekah Jones worked for the state of Florida. She worked as a health department data manager.
Sean, a.k.a. Trevioka. Good morning, Nay. Congrats on the many channels you grace us with. You deserve every bit of success you have.
Thank you, Sean. That's very nice of you to say all that.
83.
Hey, Merc.
Yo.
What's up? So, I saw an article this morning. Well, let me just tell you this. I was watching Jimmy DORE, and Jimmy DORE was talking about Florida years ago and how great Florida was doing with the whole pandemic thing, you know, and he was crediting Ron DeSantis. And then I watched a Joe Rogan, same thing. He was crediting Florida and Ron DeSantis for what a great job they were doing. And at the time, I didn't live in Florida. So I called my parents, I called my sister, and I talked to some friends here. And I said, how's it going over there? What's it like? And they were like, we're losing a lot of friends, man. A lot of people aren't taking it seriously, and a lot of people are dropping dead. A lot of people are sick, and it sucks. And I remember thinking, wow, you know, it's too bad that people in Florida are being told one thing while another thing is actually happening. But people like Jimmy DORE, that considers himself a newsman, and people like Joe Rogan, who considers himself, you know, one of the great, you know, bringers of the truth to everybody, went the opposite direction and decided to just tote a fucking narrative that fulfilled their beliefs, right? Their conspiracy nut job minds were satisfied from seeing fake news coming out of this state. Well, I'm smarter than them. I'm smarter than Joe Rogan, and I'm smarter than Jimmy DORE. And, oh, by the way, I'm from Florida, and I know what the people here are like. I also know Ron DeSantis a lot better than Jimmy and Joe Rogan think they do. I've been paying attention. And up until then, I was really interested, and I was speaking out against him, even from California. But once I moved here, man, I realized it's my job. I just have to keep everybody informed about this monster, because he's running for president of the United States. And you have to find out what he's about so that you can make a decision based on facts, right? You can do whatever you want, but I feel like I've done my job as long as I've told you the truth. And the truth is this. Ron DeSantis hired an attorney general who was because that satisfied Ron DeSantis' narrative, Jimmy DORE's narrative, and Joe Rogan's narrative, and all these fucking Floridians that support their bullshit, right? So he hired this guy to call him a doctor and to go around and get on all the right-wing podcasts to tell people that Florida's doing great and that everything we did worked perfectly and that the rest of the country's got it all wrong. But, our Lord and Savior, Jesus DeSantis, he's, you know, got it all figured out, you know. The guy that tortured people in Guantanamo Bay, that's the guy that figured out how to deal with the pandemic. And as it would turn out, there was a woman that was in the health department back a year ago or 2 years ago, whenever this misinformation was being, you know, dealt out by Ron DeSantis and his moronic attorney general. Guy should be in fucking prison. Both of them should be in prison. Ron DeSantis should be in prison for human trafficking. Okay, this attorney general should be in prison for costing people their lives, for being in a position where, you know, his word is taken seriously and he's lying to people and getting them killed. He should go to prison too. For murder, he should go to prison. But I digress. There was a woman, a wonderful heroine, if you will, you know, a real hero that decided to stand up against Ron DeSantis.
Patrick John Welder. You're the prime example of how people hate the real truth. You should have 5 million subscribers and 10K viewers per show.
You're very nice, Patrick John Welder. That's very nice of you to say, but let me just say this. I have exactly how many viewers that I deserve. So, you know, it's my own fault. And when I look at all the other podcasters out there who do well with their shows, they're doing a lot better than me, and they deserve it. They've done a better job. And if I was doing a better job, I'd have a lot of people here too. So it's my fault. I take full responsibility for the horrible numbers that we've seen on this broadcast. And as the numbers start going up, I'm going to take credit for that too. So I know what I've been doing wrong all along. I know what I've been doing wrong. And I'm trying to correct it, but it's a very slow process. And hopefully people will come back. You know, people come back to the show and they'll support. You know? But I appreciate you saying that. I don't think I can handle 5 million subscribers and 10,000 viewers per show, bro. I really don't. I don't, because I want to talk to everybody. I want you all to have a voice, and if that happened, I wouldn't be responding to anybody. And then they'd go to super chats, you know, and this works really good for me. Having small audiences actually works really good for me, and I get to say what I want. And then, you know what? It's recorded. That's the important thing, is if one day people realize I was the one that was making all the sense, they can always go back and catch all my old shows and,
Really,
hey, Billy,
Valentine.
and find out for themselves.
Morning.
So anyway, a couple years ago, I noticed there was this woman that was pushing against them, okay? She said, look, you guys aren't reporting all of the information properly. I'm on the database, and I'm telling you, the numbers aren't adding up.
Josh.
So
T.
she brought this up
Good morning.
to her supervisor, and they fired her. So she went home, and she got on her computer, and she hacked into the system, right? And she sent out a message to everybody on the medical system in Florida and said, you guys should all step up your game and start demanding that these people tell the truth, because this is only going to work against us. Not in those words, but, you know, she sent out a message. And she was charged. She was prosecuted by Ron DeSantis' administration, by the state of Florida, right? For what? Now think about it. She was telling the truth about government officials that were lying to you and were causing people to die. She's a whistleblower. She's like Julian Assange. And what do we do to the Julian Assanges of the world? We lock them up in prison and you never hear from them again. And I figured, you know what, that poor woman, that probably the same thing's going to happen to her. I went on my show. We talked about it briefly. I didn't spend enough time on it, and I should have. But I told you about her. I told you it was important. I told you how horrible it was what Ron DeSantis, Jimmy DORE, and Joe Rogan and others, Tim Pool, were doing horrible things with the truth. And that it was an abomination what they were doing. And, you know, I understand there's some people on Rumble that aren't going to agree with some of the things I'm saying right now. You're the problem. If you're leaving this broadcast right now, you're the problem, because I'm telling you the truth. I'm reading you an article directly out of the newspaper. I'm not making anything up. And if you're one of those Republicans out there that doesn't like the narrative of people should wear masks and people should social distance and people should exercise more caution,
Hash to the power of 1.
then I understand why you don't want to hear me. But everyone that stays here is going to benefit from this conversation, because I'm just going to tell you the truth. And if you don't want to be told the truth, well, then go watch Jimmy DORE, Joe Rogan, and Tim Pool, because they'll lie to your faces and they don't care. You come here and you watch me, I'm going to tell you the truth. And you want to know why I tell you the truth? Because nothing else works. Me lying doesn't work. It doesn't work for me, and it doesn't work for you. It doesn't work for anybody. So, you know, if I was sitting here trying to make money off of this, maybe I would lie. Maybe I would come up with something. Maybe I'd come up with some kind of a trick to put over on my audience so I could make money off of you guys. I'm not here for that. I'm never asked you for money, never going to ask you for money. You guys do whatever you want to do, right? And I hope that you'll share this around and get me more people here, because that's really all I want. So let's go to the article, okay? The article says COVID-19 data critics
Really
cut
time.
deal. Critic cuts
smart.
deal. My bad.
The more viewers
I put the
people
S on the
like
wrong
us
word.
have, the more danger there is. People suck, and you don't want most of them knowing your name.
Right?
Trust me. Money tastes best without the fame on top.
Billy, that's very well said. Thank you, and I thank you, and I thank you for that. That was a fantastic comment. Yes, and I totally agree. So we've already got a problem, right? I know how to cut up some content, don't I? We can't even get past the title first. Look at the title. The title says, COVID-19 data critic cuts deal. You can't be a critic of data. If it's real data, it's either data or it isn't. So is she a critic of data, or is she critical of the state of Florida that's misrepresenting the data? She's not a data critic. No. Data are facts. That's what data is. Data is information and facts that are true. That's data. That's the data. Okay? Data isn't lies. So, you want to know what she's being critical of? She wasn't being critical of data. She was being critical of lies. So by reversing this in the headline, you can already tell that this son of a bitch that wrote this article is maligned with Ron DeSantis for writing that title. I don't even have to go further into the article to know that. I could literally see it just from the title. Data critic. You can't criticize data. It's not a thing. You want to criticize somebody's opinion on the data? Oh, well, that's a whole other thing. There was a million better ways and shorter ways that they probably could have written this headline. It wasn't to save space. I could come up with a million different ways to give you guys the actual sentiment, the actual story, without a lie on the very top of it. She's not a data critic. That doesn't exist. There's no such thing as a data critic. You can't criticize data. Okay? Let's find out the definition of the word data. Because I'm talking some shit right now without actually knowing. I like to know. Okay, Google. Data definition. Facts! Wow! Facts! Huh. Facts are data. Interesting, right? That's the very first word, data. Facts. Well, you can't criticize facts. You can't criticize facts at all. It's either a fact or it's a lie. You could criticize the lies, and that's what she was doing. She wasn't criticizing data. There was no data there. It was just bullshit. It was fabricated numbers for a fabricated narrative that people like Jimmy DORE and Ron DeSantis and Tim Pool and Joe Rogan want you to believe. Hey, man, I understand that they want to, change the world and do things. Hey, whoa, Ethereum, guys.
GM or
Here we go. I didn't realize Ethereum was banging.
G.
I said 13K,
Facts.
17.6.
Facts.
We have arrived, man. We're there. We've arrived. This was the jump off point. Remember, Joe H came in here. The very first thing he said is 20K is the next stop, right? What was that, chat? He said our way to 20K. Data is facts, but can also be facts. Good morning, Yvette Tevenel. Hello. So, really interesting that this is literally a lie, that the title is a lie. And if you can spot stuff like this, you'll already have, premonitions of what's coming in the article, and you'll know to read it carefully.
Heavy Padilla. Good morning, Nay.
Read it with a very critical eye, because you already know that you're being fed a lie. Correct? You can't be a data critic, can you? You can't criticize data. Period. You can't. Okay? It would be like me saying, hey, I've got some gray hair coming in. I've got some dark hair and I got some gray hair. And then someone, and that's the data. I've got gray hair and I got dark hair. You know, maybe I want to get hair coloring or whatever. And someone's like, I'm going to criticize that data. What? The fact that I've got gray hair and dark hair? What are you going to... Well, you're calling it gray. I think it's more whitish. Okay, fine. White hair.
Yvette Tevenel.
Great. White hair, gray hair. It's the exact same
like
fucking
plus
thing.
share.
That's your critique? You can't criticize data.
Patrick
You
John
can't
Welder.
criticize data.
That's not grey, that white.
And you know what's funny? I was going to read through this article because the first time I read that, there was something not ringing true in the title, right? There was something I didn't like. And I saw it was calling her a critic. She wasn't a critic, she was a whistleblower. She was pointing out that the state was lying. Okay, Governor Ron DeSantis, the stupid fucking cunt of an attorney general, and the entire fucking medical system was misreporting data. They weren't giving you correct data. They were giving you false information. They weren't giving you data. They were giving you false numbers. She wasn't criticizing. No. She was pointing her finger at it and saying, look what they're doing. She wasn't saying, I think it's wrong. She was saying, I know it's wrong. Look at what they're doing. That's not criticizing. That's waving a big flag and telling everybody to look at it. You know? So now I got it. Coming through this time, I got it. I was like, hey man, I totally get it now. I got to go over that just to start. And I can't even get into the article until I make sure that you guys realize that you're being lied to right at the start of this article. They're already misframing it there, and that is a big one. Data critic. You know, and I should write a letter to the Orlando Sentinel and be like, it's funny the way you guys title your articles. You know, a term like data critic isn't even a possibility, and yet it's in a headline on your front page. Data critic. Go ahead, try to fucking criticize data. You know, so stupid. You want to criticize a piece of art? You want to criticize the design of a car? You want to criticize my hairstyle? That's fine. You can criticize none of the data behind any of those things. You know? And as soon as you criticize the data, and it turns out the data was false, well then, it wasn't data at all, was it? It wasn't data. Someone told you it was, but it wasn't because it wasn't factual. Simple concepts here, guys. Really, really, really simple concepts. So, here's the article. Let me cool down a second here. Jones to plead to illegally accessing state computers. So, she has to say she's guilty of getting into the computer system, and then they drop the charges against her. Fair enough, she was fired. She didn't have a right to go into that computer system, and she did, and she admits to doing it. Okay, she was downloading their phony information that they were putting up there. Okay. A fired Florida Health Department data manager charged with illegally accessing state computers after she publicly accused officials of wanting to make COVID-19 statistics look less dire has reached an agreement with prosecutors that should result in the case being dropped. Rebekah Jones, who helped design the state's coronavirus website, so she was one of the designers of that website. That's an important fact.
Hoot and howl. Anyone see that yesterday?
In other words, she's supposed to know how it works. We talked about it on the show yesterday. That might be what you're thinking about. Sign an agreement with the prosecutors admitting guilt to a charge of illegally accessing the state's computer system. It requires her to pay $20,000 to cover the investigation's costs, perform 150 hours of community service, and see a mental health counselor once a month. And if she completes those requirements, the charge will be dropped within 2 years. She has to see a mental health expert every month? That's bullshit. They're telling her that she's crazy because the state is misinforming the world about their pandemic numbers. She's the crazy one? Fuck a judge. Whoever this fucking cunt judge is. Fuck you. And fuck whoever wrote Data Critic. Fuck you. You're all cunts. I should write a letter to the goddamn editor. You know, last time I wrote a letter, it was perfect, and they didn't print it. It was about cannabis. I'm like, why even fucking waste my time if you're not going to print a perfect fucking letter? So we go back here to the rest of the article, and it says, agreement was filed late last week in Leon Circuit Court. Jones, who lost a bid for Congress last month, look, she ran for Congress against Matt Gaetz, human trafficker, and he beat her 2-1 in the state of Florida. So get this. A human trafficker in the state of Florida gets double the amounts of votes as someone who exposed the state of Florida for being the fucking lying cunts that they are. A truth teller, whistleblower, can't beat a human trafficker in this state. So before you get mad at anyone, get mad at the voters of the state of Florida, because there's something wrong with those people, man. There's something wrong with them. Oh, human trafficker Matt Gaetz? He's better than the woman that told you Florida was misrepresenting and causing the deaths of people unnecessarily? Wow! Wow! How did Matt Gaetz win that election? How the heck did that happen? All right, let me get my glasses so I can finish this because I cannot see. Okay. Jones, who lost bid for Congress last month, was charged in January 2021. This is when I remember this, when she was charged. This is when I was in California. So if we went back to January 2021, man, we could find that show of me talking about this, I guarantee it. And I told you that she was telling the truth back then. I guarantee you I told you she was telling the truth back then too. So this has all come full circle. Once again, I've made a prediction and it's come out correct. Of course she was innocent. Of course Florida's been lying about the numbers here. No one wants to doubt that. No one wants to question that. And none of you, I guess, that might disagree with me, all you can do, I guess, is leave my show and you don't have the fucking ball sack to fucking come at me. Where are you little right-wing cunts at? Huh? I don't understand why they won't fucking talk to me. Anyway, come over to YouTube, Nays Garden. If you can't type on Rumble, come on over to YouTube, bring your cunt ass over there, and come fucking attack me on this shit, so I can fucking show everybody what a moron you are. Instead of leaving the show like a fucking pussy. Come talk to me. Come prove me wrong, you think you're so fucking right. Fucking cunts. Okay. Investigators say that in late 2020, months after she was fired, Jones illegally accessed the state emergency alert messaging system known as Ready Up. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement said Jones downloaded and saved confidential data and sent a message to 1,750 state employees that urged them to speak up before another 17,000 people died. The number of Floridians who had died of COVID-19 by that point. More than 83,000 Floridians have died up until now. 83,000 deaths in the state. So, I guess Ron DeSantis looks at a football stadium that holds, 100,000 people, and he's like, yeah, I'm cool with just, disappearing all of them. Poof. 83,000 guys. That is bigger than a football stadium full of people. Imagine that. Every single life extinguished. I know it doesn't really matter, but this could have been avoided is the saddest part. This all should have been avoided. This is wrong. You don't have to be a part of this. Be a hero, the message said. Yeah. A month before she was charged, armed FDLE agents raided her home and seized her computers. Prosecutor Georgia Kappelman said Monday that Jones's charge was relatively minor and that the agreement was one everyone can live with. We try to resolve most... Yeah, that's why they went to her house with fucking guns drawn and scared the fuck out of her and her children. Because it was a minor offense.
Hoot and howl. Before the bankruptcy filing, FTX co-founder SBF was told by CryptoXX to stop trying to depeg stablecoins. You may be interested in looking into that. The link got deleted.
Yo, Hoot, are you even listening to what we're talking about? Wow. We try to resolve most... You guys understand the problem I have sometimes with people in the chat, right? When somebody comes up with something like this, when I'm talking about the numbers of...
Billy Bong Thornton. We're talking about COVID RAM ROD, not FTX.
Wow, Billy Bong Thornton, thank you, bro. Yeah, listen to what Billy Bong Thornton just said. Thank you. I mean, I don't mean to be rude, but you just came into my show and you were rude. Do you not understand that? I want you guys to understand that that's rude. And he was literally sitting in here for 3 minutes before he posted that. I'm not angry, I'm not upset. I just think it's important that you guys realize that when I'm doing a show and I make you a part of the show, is that you should be encouraging me. Whatever I'm talking about, whatever you want to hear about, you know it's a long show, and you know when I'm done with this, we'll move on to something else, right? So just try to work with me, people. That's all I'm saying. Work with me, people. Okay? That's all I'm saying. Have a little courtesy, because when I'm talking about a subject, and right now we're covering, obviously, the numbers of misrepresented COVID deaths and infections in the state of Florida. That's what we're talking about. Then try to, help me along with that. You got an opinion around that. Then when we get to, and we're going to get into crypto. When we get into crypto, then's the time to mention what you want to talk about in crypto. Okay? Because we're definitely going there. All right. Let me finish this now, though. Is that cool? Let me finish this one. One segment at a time, folks. If convicted at trial, Jones would have faced up to 5 years in prison.
Hoot and howl. Sorry, thought you were invested in that.
I invested in... No, you're just making shit up in your head? Now you're just making shit up in your head. I'm not invested in that. That's kind of weird. And whether or not I'm invested in it, I mean, it's like you didn't hear anything that I just said, Hoot. You said sorry for all the wrong reasons. What I said was we're talking about something totally different, not crypto. So, get on the same...
Billy Bong Thornton.
Yeah, I know, right, Billy Bong?
Can we proceed with the
Yeah.
article LOL?
Yes, we can. Sorry about that. Jones would have faced up to 5 years in prison, though any significant time behind bars would have been unlikely. Jones, who has denied sending the message, she says she didn't send that message, which I just think it's weird, so I don't get that part of it. Posted a lengthy statement criticizing her plea agreement, saying no justice would be served by continuing the charade. She accused Governor Ron DeSantis of personally ordering the raid and said agents pointed guns at her 2 young children. In a judicial system adversarial to empathy, truth, and human decency, I win a total dismissal for a fee, she wrote. For a fee. You understand this? She's lost her fucking reputation. She's lost her job. You have cunts like the Orlando Sentinel slanting fucking headlines against her, calling her a data critic. I continue to remind myself to be grateful. Certainly this is not the outcome DeSantis and his thugs wanted. Good. Fuck you, Ron DeSantis. Fuck you. Fuck your wife. Fuck your kids. And fuck every single cunt that fucking supports you. Fuck all of you. Fuck Joe Biden. Fuck Joe Rogan. Fuck Jimmy Dore. Fuck Tim Pool. Fuck all of them. I said Joe Biden. I meant to say Joe Rogan. Fuck all those cunts. Now, if you still support Jimmy Dore or Joe Rogan or Tim Pool or any of those motherfuckers, fine, whatever. You'll get it one day. One of these days, you're fucking gonna get it. You're excused. But if you support Ron DeSantis, you're a dumb fucking cunt, and I fucking hate you. I want you to know that. There's never gonna be a Ron DeSantis supporter come in here and have a nice fucking friendly conversation with me. It's never gonna happen. I love that it says DeSantis and his thugs, because that's exactly what they are. And if you were a little LGBTQ living in the state of Florida, you fucking agree. And while an agreement to dismiss the charges isn't the outright dismissal I wanted, it's a
Billy
dismissal
Valentine.
nonetheless.
Fuck Joe Piscopo.
Fuck all the Joes, I know, right?
Joe too.
Fuck Joe Biden, fuck Joe Rogan, fuck them all, fuck all the Joes. Okay, the governor's press office did not respond to a phone call and email seeking comment. Of course they didn't. You know, Mr. wants to be out in fucking public eye, wants to run for president of the United States. This is the last thing he wants people to see, is that he literally tries to imprison people for criticizing data, which isn't even possible. And he's going to lock you up in prison for it? For something that's physically impossible to do? Can't criticize data? Jones, 33. This is a 33-year-old woman, by the way, you guys. 33 years old. I'm almost twice her age. So, you know, you've got to find, when you see someone like this that's a hero that's young like that, you got to give them credit for being so young and throwing her whole life away, throwing her children's lives away too, just so you can hear the fucking truth. And most of you don't even fucking deserve it. I'm not talking about my audience. You guys do deserve the truth. That's why I'm telling it to you. I'm shaking. I'm so mad right now. This whole thing about, you know, data criticizing, it's just got me. I want to take my bong and smash it over Ron DeSantis' head. God, man.
Patrick John Welder. Man, I used to love Rogan.
I used to love Rogan too, so much I named my dog after him. But, you know, I got to keep it real and I got to keep it true with you guys. I'm not going to sit here and act like, you know, when I see a segment from him that I disagree with, that I'm just not going to talk about it. You know, like Jimmy DORE, that fucking cunt does. You know, he's not going to have Back to the Science on his fucking show. You know, he's not going to have anybody that debunks all the bullshit that he puts on his show. He won't do it because he's making money. Okay. Jones, 33, received national attention in early 2020 when I'm having a very hard time reading through this article because I'm so upset about it. Early 2020 when she sowed doubt about the information being reported by the state when Florida was epicenter of the pandemic. She publicly suggested that she pushed back when health department managers wanted her to manipulate information to paint a rosier picture as DeSantis pushed to reopen Florida businesses earlier than most other states and keep restrictions light in small rural counties. DeSantis, a possible 2024 Republican presidential candidate, raised his national profile by criticizing COVID lockdowns, most mask wearing, and hiring a health department chief who is skeptical of coronavirus. Health department officials denied Jones's allegations, and she was fired for violating regulations, barring employees from making public statements without permission. So, if you work for the health department, you're not allowed to make a public statement without permission. And that's what she did. And that's what they fired her for telling you the truth. You should love this woman. You should remember her name, Rebekah Jones. Rebekah Jones. Rebekah Jones. She's a hero, and her name is Rebekah Jones. And all of you should go do something around her today, whether you tweet out her name or go read an article about her or let people know who she is. You know, send a little tweet to Ron DeSantis, to Joe Rogan, to Jimmy DORE, to Tim Pool. Tell them to go fuck themselves, that they're all a bunch of dumb cunts. And this woman has to suffer because of cunts like them.
On a pedestal.
Okay. Jones was the Democratic challenger to Republican U.S. Representative Matt Gaetz last month. In the heavily GOP district, Gaetz won by a 2-1 margin. So they would rather have a human trafficker, and, you know, I don't know why he hasn't been convicted of it.
Josh G.
Because he's fucking guilty of it.
Sophisticated Nay bringing the heat and truth this morning.
Oh, I was knocking at the door, but Nay wouldn't let me in, but I'm here now. Hello, everybody. He was saying he was too angry to allow me to come visit with you, but he says now it's fine. So here we are, yes, Sophisticated Nay reporting in once again. Oh, Nay's coming back. Ah, there, you got Sophisticated Nay. That make you happy? Okay, Sophisticated Nay. That's a funny name, Sophisticated Nay. Alright, so I haven't smoked yet today. I don't know if anybody could tell yet. Hey, can you tell whether I smoked or not?
Josh
Oh,
G.
hey, look at me.
Ha 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 ha, cheers.
Ha 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 ha, cheers. I like making you two kids laugh all the way over there in Canada.
Thanks.
Yep, it's fun. I like having laughter behind me when I say funny shit.
Billy Bomb
Good.
Thornton.
It helps, man. It helps me know when I'm being
Puff
funny.
time.
Recorded live studio audience.
You have no idea how challenging it is to do comedy when you get no response from the audience at all. But I do it.
Oh,
I still do it.
Yeah.
Here I am being funny. As funny as I can.
Well, you know.
To a point.
Billy Valentine. You need a laugh track button.
No, that's fucking Tim Black, bro. I will never do that. He sounds like a fucking... The only word I can use, he sounds pathetic when he uses his stupid fucking laugh. It's the only thing I can say about Tim Black. When you use your laugh track, you sound pathetic. It's horrible, and you shouldn't do that ever on a podcast. And you know who else does that? Fucking that dude on that stupid MSNBC show. I forgot his name. He's got a stupid soundboard. Cenk Uygur does that shit with fucking soundboard shit. You're not Howard Stern, okay? I know you guys like Howard Stern, okay? I know you saw the soundboard on Howard Stern, but he already did that gig. He did that bit. So stop copying Howard Stern, you
Holy
know?
crap, I completely forgot about Tim Black.
Everybody completely forgot about Tim Black. He's irrelevant, man. That's what happens when you fuck up, when you show people your racist side. You don't want to do that shit. He should have come out and outed himself,
Josh
man.
G.
He's made some very
You picked
racist
him at heart,
comments.
too.
He's a
Always
very
ahead of
racist
the game.
man. And he shouldn't be so
Patrick
anti-white,
John Welder.
you know?
I've laughed so hard that my stomach cramped.
I would have been one of
Still
his
LOL.
greatest supporters, man, if he had just been able to accept me with my white skin, you know, equally. But he seems to have such a problem with white people. And I point it out when I see that shit. I point it out when people are being like, white people this and white people that. And I'm like, oh, you're racist. Oh, you're a racist. You're a
Tim Black
racist.
is the only
When you say
person
white
with an
people, you're a
honorary
fucking
high school
racist.
diploma.
Just talk
Honorary.
about people, you know? An honorary high school diploma? That's terrible. Is that true? Bro, tell me that's not true. Anyway, I'll give Tim Black credit, okay, right now. Even if he didn't graduate high school, he is pretty intelligent and he speaks beautifully. He can present his case fairly well, better than I can present mine, and he does interviews that are great. So I'll give him credit for the craft that he's doing. He does a great job. I just think that he
Billy Valentine.
shouldn't hate on white people.
No, not true. That's not a thing.
And when a bad black person dies, he shouldn't go trying to memorialize them like they were some kind of a fucking hero just because they had black skin. You know, and he did that shit too. Oh, this was a great person because he was a Republican, dude. He was a race traitor, man. Are you kidding me? Don't do that, Tim. Don't ever do that again. You lost me on that one. You know, because I used to be a fan and I used to watch the show. And, you know, I can't say that about Lee Camp. I can't say that about Ron DeSantis. And I can't say that about Graham Elwood. You know, I still watch them and they're still wonderful. And they don't, if they're going to make a mistake, which they probably wouldn't, I'm sure that they would retract it. I mean, hey, Lee Camp's show was called Retracted Tonight, wasn't it? Oh! No, it wasn't. It was Redacted. And these morons from Fox News stole the name of his show and are now using the name Redacted as a news program on podcasting, on YouTube, stealing Lee Camp's hard-earned audience over years. He spent years building up that name Redacted. And now they're using it. And he stopped using it. And I'm like, dude, why don't you sue those motherfuckers? You know, sue those cunts. Fuck them. I just can't believe people go and pay, and they support this bullshit, fake redacted. Heartlands Media is just now covering Sam Bankman-Fried. We had that shit last night. I saw even, I got it before Aaron Bennett went live. Oh, shit. I was the first podcaster to cover Sam Bankman-Fried getting arrested. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, baby. What? I know what some of you are thinking. Sam Bankman-Fried got arrested. What? Last night's show. Where were you? We were covering that shit. It was great, man. God, I'm so glad we got that done. I'm so glad I woke up and saw that.
They're extraditing him back to the United States, right?
Billy Bong Thornton. SBF didn't kill himself will be the new slogan. Josh G. He got canned. Was it during the Mitt show? I was in and out of snooze.
He got canned? What? He got arrested. In fact, oh shit, he's testifying in front of Congress right now. What the fuck am I doing? Oh my God.
That's what I was saying. I thought it was 10 o'clock today. I was trying to...
Fuck me, dude.
10 o'clock today he was supposed to...
Fuck
yeah.
me. Fuck.
Yeah, I watched the video this morning.
The operation of Alameda really depended, at least on the way it was operated.
Okay, it sounds like the other guy's up first.
That's the major
Oh,
breakdown
good.
here.
Yeah.
Funds from FTX.com,
Didn't miss it.
which was the exchange for non-U.S.
Hoot
citizens.
and howl.
Those funds
And
were
I'm the
used
bad guy.
at Alameda to make investments and other.
Billy Bong Thornton. They sent a spokesman for SBF.
Did FTX have sufficient risk management systems and controls to appropriately monitor any leverage the business took on and the interconnections it had with businesses like, again, Alameda?
There were virtually no internal controls and no separateness whatsoever.
I wonder why they're not showing him as he talks. That's not Sam Bankman-Fried. That's not his voice.
With that, I'm going to call on the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. McHenry, who is the ranking member of the committee. You're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ray, thank you for your testimony. Ray, we had your predecessor, Mr. Sam Bankman-Fried, before this committee a year ago. And given
Right.
where we
Okay,
are,
Sam Bankman will be next, so we didn't miss it. Because that's the one we're here for. Good! Good!
clear outlines. I wanna make
Good.
sure we have this in the record.
We're good.
I was going to remind you...
Different groups of
I watched
businesses
these
under the FTX,
yesterday. He said he was going to be at 10
platform.
o'clock
Josh
this morning.
G.
Or umbrella.
Can't
Your
believe
declaration
Maxine's
separated
still there
businesses
too,
into four
LOL.
silos. We described that.
Get those old hats out of
Yes,
there.
for structural.
Hoot and Howl says so. I'm the bad guy. Yeah, you are the bad guy.
The over 100.
What did you say before?
Put those in 4 silos. To demystify that, it's very simple. There was a U.S. silo, which was the FTX U.S. exchange for U.S.
Yeah,
investments.
you weren't telling me to go watch the live Senate hearing. You are still the bad guy. You were totally ignoring me, and you had your own thing going on. If you had said nay, yesterday you said you're going to cover the live hearing of Sam Bankman-Fried on It's After 10 o'clock. Then you'd be the good guy.
Purely a crypto hedge fund,
Then you'd be the good guy.
other investments, venture capital type investments. And there's a fourth entity.
His little girlfriend.
Early
Ugh.
investments.
God, that girl's so disgusting. She's so hard to look at. Ugh.
Complete. Those investments were
Yeah.
most likely made with
What a little dog.
Alameda money or money that originally came from FTX.com. But that fourth
Hoot
silo
and
is
howl.
early investments.
And
I was
who owned
talking
those
about
four
SBF,
silos?
which started at 10
All
you
those
bit my
entities
head
were,
off before it could go any
controlled,
further.
by Sam
Billy Bong
Bankman-Fried.
Thornton.
Okay. And so,
She loots
can
like
you
a
describe
rat.
the differences between the FTX.com
Wait,
and
I didn't. Number one, I didn't bite your head off, and number two, so Sam Bankman-Fried was on already, and he's done.
FTX US.
Is that what you're telling me? You said started at 10.
Who wanted to trade crypto.
Hoot and howl. I listen to you and have for years. Look at how long I've been subscribed. When you start yelling, I just stop talking.
That's not my problem. It's your problem. You know, don't fucking tell me that you were telling me to turn on the live goddamn
Regulated by the CFTC.
the Senate hearing, okay? Because that's all you would have had to say was the Senate hearing's live, Nay, and you didn't.
And that is
You
a
didn't.
distinct silo.
I found it for myself, not because of you.
That's a
So you don't get to take credit for that. All you were doing was interrupting me when we were talking about something totally different. You weren't listening to what we were talking about.
Alameda Research.
You know, if you want to double, triple, and quadruple down on this, so will I, because I wasn't wrong in what I said and did. And I did not bite your head off. I was like, hey man, we're talking about something else. I was like, we're going to get to crypto, so just be patient. I didn't bite your head off.
Also invested.
Yeah, I didn't yell at you either. I remember the conversation, and you don't get to turn shit around on me because the shit's on fucking video, you little prick. And if you've been watching me for 20 years, I don't fucking care. All right? You don't get to come in here and be an asshole to me.
Established any
All right? How's that for yelling? Did you get what you wanted now?
In essence, Alameda was a user, effectively
Hoot
a
and
customer
howl.
of FTX.com.
You did say we'd get to crypto.
I didn't fucking yell at you, you motherfucker. You don't know. You claim you've been watching me for years. You don't know what yelling is.
between those two companies?
I'm not even getting warmed up yet.
The answer to that is no.
No. Okay. And with the information you have,
You're hilarious.
When approximately did FTX
Billy
begin to experience
Ballantyne.
financial trouble?
Stop crying, goof
Well, it was
fuck.
first disclosed,
Called you a goof
We
fuck.
weren't on that subject, and you were trying to dictate the show, and you still are.
but
Trans fuck Putin.
when this began,
Billy Bong Thornton.
months, if not
Rumor has it, SBF won't be making the hearing.
is
If he
continuing
shows
with
up, this will be
not something that happened
interesting.
overnight or in the context
Hoot
of
and howl.
Okay.
Okay, you're Florida yelling.
Oh yeah, I'm fucking yelling now. Now I'm yelling.
Alameda Research.
Now I need to
What was the
make sure my
relationship
mom
between
doesn't hear it.
FTX.com and FTX US. Is there a distinction between the two?
So I gotta go close these doors again.
there was a public distinction between the two. What we're seeing now is that the crypto assets for both FTX.com and for FTX US,
My bad.
were
Doors are-
housed in
doors are
the
closed.
Same database. It's called the AWS system, which is just an acronym for Amazon Web Services. All housed in the same web format.
And is that distinct from Alameda's assets?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Why aren't they showing the guys
in the
testifying? This is so
testimony, you
weird.
said that there is, quote, an absence of independent governance throughout the FTX group, end quote. Yet Mr. Bankman-Fried has said that, quote, he wasn't running Alameda or making decisions on the Alameda side.
What the fuck kind of
End quote.
bullshit?
Is this an accurate statement?
They're not showing the guys testifying.
I assume you're going to
I
say
wanna
your
see
statement's
both.
accurate. Is Mr.
Billy Bong
Bankman-Fried's
Thornton.
statement accurate?
Hoot and howl. Nay's
I don't
being
know the
nice to
basis for
you.
his comment. I will
You're
note that
being
he owns
sensitive.
90% of Alameda.
Trust me, I know from
So, but
experience.
you've seen no distinction in governance between the two.
Oh, absolutely not. There's no distinction whatsoever. The owners of the company could really run free reign across all four silos.
He just won't stop.
Testimony.
Token don't
Woman
easy.
from New York, Mrs. Velasquez, who is also the chair of the House Committee on Small Business, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Ray. You have long
Oh, I'm sorry.
working on
I'm sorry.
several high-profile bankruptcies, most notably the Enron debacle. Mr. Ray, you were recently quoted in the New York Times as saying you have never seen such a complete failure of corporate control, and the level of dysfunction was the worst you have ever seen. Can you expand on these statements?
I can expand on it. You got to hire good people that are experienced in these positions. He failed to do that.
Yes, thank you.
That's all. Poor hiring, poor management,
Really,
worse pizza.
One thing that we found, which every case is different. The challenges of every case is different. The issue here that I was speaking to is
This dumbass with his fat fucking mug in the way.
Record keeping. Absolutely no internal.
Cameraman's a
control
fucking
whatsoever.
disaster. Dude, why are you showing people who aren't talking, you idiot?
Billy
In that
Ballantyne.
context, when
Worst
you're dealing with
pizza.
technology.
Ha 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 ha.
Mr. Ray, a number of debtors in the FTX group are located in offshore jurisdictions. Will this complicate the effort?
No, there's a good view. Now we can see him at least.
Hoot and Hal.
Fucking idiot.
I've been following him since Jan of
No,
2010.
I don't think.
I'm well aware of how calm he's
complicated at
become.
all. The various
Just yesterday
jurisdictions,
morning,
historically in
he had the
bankruptcy
best
and
message
Shut up,
I've
Billy,
heard
he
about
says.
butter.
situations.
Shut up, Billy.
I had the best message about butter.
Will cooperate
It's
with
true, I
each
did.
other. The regulators.
Butter
in
doesn't
all
matter.
jurisdictions, I think realize.
All right, Hoot and Howell. Well, you should participate in the chat more often so we know you, because you say you've been watching me for years, but I don't recognize your name. So spend more time chatting and less time getting butt hurt by my fucking attitude, because my attitude is all bullshit anyway. It's all made up for the show.
We've been able to secure, over $1 billion of assets. We've secured those to cold wallets and.
But you've been watching me for years, so you know that.
It's an ongoing process, though, which will take weeks. And
How come this fathead motherfucker right here is in every shot?
Are most creditors located in the U.S.?
Is that the same fathead motherfucker that was just blocking the other shot? How's that possible? Has he got a twin brother in there? Am I losing my mind?
Guy. January 28th, 2010, I joined you.
Hoot and Wawa.
I talk when I think there's something relevant.
So it
Billy
is my
Bond Thornton.
understanding you established.
I'm not a social
Stop
person.
crying,
All right, that's
Hoot.
fair
You
enough.
are where?
Can you explain?
That's
what
fair
you
enough.
believe
Billy
is
Dong, you'll become a mod one day. Keep it up. He is a
One
mod.
day, keep it up.
will maximize?
He is a mod. Are you crazy? He's gonna block you, bro.
Creditors. And do you think this
Billy has
show
full reign on the
could
show.
determine
You better watch out who you're
what
fucking
happens
opening
to
up your
$1
mouth
million
to, bro.
that is gone missing?
I thought you said you were a regular. You don't know who
One of the
Billy
reasons
is?
why we set up the silos the way we did was to first focus on the FTX silo for the U.S. for relatively
Hoot and Hal.
trading volume.
He doesn't have a wrench on YouTube.
Fewer
Well,
users.
fuck that. I'm gonna change that right now. Thanks for pointing that out.
It's truly meant, to be for the U.S. customers.
How dare he not have a wrench on my
.com
YouTube
silo
channel?
is really for non-U.S. customers, so there's a logical reason why we separated those two out. The Alameda Fund, well, that's just the fund that, that drew resources
Billy
from the
Ballantyne.
exchanges. So it's really
Shut
separate.
up,
It was
Putin.
Not for customers
Ha,
per
ha,
se.
He's
ha,
shut
ha,
up,
ha,
Putin.
ha, ha.
He's not on my main.
I'm not on YouTube.
As we here in
Hoot and
Congress
Hal.
consider
Oh,
the
he's
possibility
not on
of
YouTube.
Ballantyne has a
in
wrench.
this area, what is the one
Yeah.
thing that you have seen? in
Billy
your
Ballantyne
short
has a wrench, and he's
amount
gonna
of
come over there and
time
fucking smack you on the head with it real
FTX
quick. If you
Billy
keep
Bond
it up.
Thornton.
You will urge us. to
It's
keep
time
in
to
mind
flex my
what
powers.
is
Thanks,
needed
nay,
the
ha ha.
most.
It's time to flex
Billy
my powers.
Ballantyne.
I don't want to speak
I'm
to,
on
to
Facebook,
the detailed
but I'll march
regulations
over there
or
and
maybe
spank
observations
Putin's
of our
ass.
regulations. It's certainly not my
Cross G.
expertise. However,
Wrenches tossed at winches.
we're dealing with people's money and their assets. And, my basic observation is
Hoot and
you need
Hal.
records, you need
A mod
controls.
blocks a follower of 12
and-
years. That'll help.
He's not fucking blocking you, dude.
Thank you.
That's simple.
You fucking keep calling him Billy Dong, though, and I can't make any more promises. But if you're gonna disrespect a mod, bro, that's on you. I can't control your speech.
And, my basic observation is you need records, you need controls.
Oh, we can see him from the front now.
And you need to segregate people's money.
They fixed it.
Thank you.
That's simple.
They fixed it. Good. Now we got a camera on his face. Good. Let's hope we get SBF up there
The
today.
gentlewoman from Missouri, Mrs. Wagner, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and I thank you,
Valentine.
Mr. Ray, for being here for the work
Oh,
that you're
he's
doing.
confused about
Mr.
Billy
Ray,
I know, I figured that out when I went over there and I
I
saw
think
Billy
that
Von
he's-
Thornton over there.
as worse
and how?
than Enron.
He came at me and
Can you
I'll
please
bite just
elaborate
like you.
on
Fair enough,
specific
bro,
ways
but just remember, he
FTX
bites
is
back.
worse than one of the largest
He's got bigger teeth.
corporate frauds.
You gotta remember who you're fighting with, man. You know, he outweighs you.
The FTX group is
He's
unusual
above your weight
in the
class.
sense that, I've done probably a dozen large, scale bankruptcies over my career, including Enron, Butler. So, every one of those entities had some
Anyway,
financial problem or another. They have some characteristics that are in common. This one is
Hoot and how?
unusual.
I'm an
It's
ankle biter.
unusual in the sense
I'm an
that
ankle biter.
Good,
literally,
okay. Just
there's no record keeping whatsoever.
You know your place, and that's
Absence
good.
of record keeping. Employees would communicate, invoices.
I don't want to lose you as a viewer,
expenses
Hoot and How. I don't.
Slack, which
I don't.
is,
I want to just have fun with you guys, and
a way of
it's all right.
communicating.
We're like gently ribbing each other and having fun. It's
They use
fine.
QuickBooks.
You know, that's what friends do.
Multi-billion-dollar companies
We fuck with
using
each other,
QuickBooks.
QuickBooks?
and
QuickBooks.
I have a feeling Billy can
Nothing against QuickBooks.
forego
They're a nice
the
tool.
punishment over
It's not
that
for a
little
multi-billion-dollar
transgression.
company.
After all, he did call you
There's
names
no
first, I
independent
believe.
Board, right? we had one person really
Geekmut
controlling this.
83.
No
I've never
independent
seen
board.
Hoot
That's
before.
highly unusual in a size company this is. And it's made all more complex because we're not dealing with, widgets or, or something that's tangible. We're dealing with crypto. And the technological issues are made worse when you're dealing with an asset such as crypto.
Mr. Ray,
Whatever.
Mr. Bankman-Fried has apologized.
We're not dealing with widgets. We're not dealing with something that can be that has value to it, that people exchange money for.
Based on
What?
your review, is there a way
You are dealing with
to know
widgets, dude. It's a
if the
fucking widget. It's a
transfer
goddamn coin.
of
You
FTX
idiot.
customer funds
What kind of an
to
attitude? That's the
Alameda
problem right there.
Research was
Is they
done
think they're dealing with
by-
magic money. Even that motherfucker doesn't realize what he's doing.
I don't find any.
Oh, we're not dealing with widgets. You are dealing with widgets. Did you not go to
Suggest
business
that
school?
FTX.com
Do you not know what a widget is, you
transferred
fucking
more than
idiot?
half of its
A widget is a
customer
representation of something that's marketable.
$10
You're telling me that somebody didn't just give me fucking $16,000 for a Bitcoin?
Alameda
You
Research.
idiot!
Is that accurate?
God, that's the dumbest thing I've heard all
Our
day.
work is not done. We don't have exact numbers. for
Crypto's
you
not a
today,
widget.
But I will say it's several $billion.
This is why they fucked up, because they were treating it like it was magic money. Not widgets. It's not actual money. It's magic
Mr.
money.
Ray, FTX.com held
We
itself
create our
out,
own.
as having a sophisticated
I need to
risk
smoke.
management
Stat.
system
No law regarding
commensurate
cannabis. Cheers,
with the
everybody.
size of its
I
operations
really need a
and
stat
restaurants
hit right
are
now.
open. Based on your work to date, is this accurate?
Billy
And can you
Bond Thornton.
explain the, quote,
Me either he doesn't
sophistication
participate in
of its
class
risk
every
management
day.
system?
Hey, Hoot and Holler
I
participation
can say that's
is
absolutely
90%
false.
of your
There
grade.
was no sophistication whatsoever. There was an absence of any management.
Trying to
Mr.
point
Ray,
this away.
Mr. Bankman-Fried has been able to confuse interviewers by talking in circles around
Interviewers like Tiffany Fong.
the multiple business activities of FTX.com. Mr. Ray, would you break down for us the different business activities of FTX.com?
Much of this I described. Essentially, they had two exchanges that allowed users to trade crypto. And then there was the hedge fund. Simple as that.
Hedge fund.
The users, were allowed to make a variety of investments. They had a more expansive
Hoot and
ability
How.
to trade crypto. if you were
Matthew
a
is my
non-US
real
citizen on
name,
the .com
so I
exchange.
changed it to my
But
business name.
Right on, Matthew. It's
I know
nice to
been
it's
described
nice to
publicly
know
as
you.
very complex.
I want you to know that.
And it is.
I just don't recognize your name, Hoot and How. I mean, I think I've seen it before, but
two exchanges.
not
You
common
had a
in
hedge
here.
fund. Inside,
But I want to just, I'm going to
Hoot
just
and How.
silos,
turn this
as
down for a
mentioned.
second.
Billy,
Inside
I
the silos
participate
for
when I find it necessary. Not to just get Nay to talk to me.
Bro, I mean, Billy doesn't need some kind of affirmation so that I will trust me. He doesn't need it from me, bro. So that you just thinking that he says things to try to get me to respond to him, Billy and I are fucking friends. Okay? I consider him a friend, a personal friend of mine. So it's a lot deeper than what you think. You know, he's not just an audience member that comes in and interacts with me and gets off on me talking back to him. Billy comes in here and tries to make my show better for everybody. And he understands the whole dynamic behind that. He's very instrumental in this show. He helps as much as he can. And he's got a whole other world, his own Billy world going on, bro, that you couldn't even possibly begin to understand what he's got going on. And he still gives me so much of his time and energy, and I'm thankful for it. But, you know, your level of participation, that's fine, man. You know, it's if that's where you're comfortable participating in the show,
Hoot and howl.
just don't put him down
Well, for my situation,
and try to call him a
we're not
troll
friends, and that
because
would
he
be the
talks to
case
me,
if
you
I
know?
did
We're
so.
buddies.
So I sit and listen to what you have to say. You learn more listening than talking.
Yeah, we're not friends. Well, we could be friends, you know? That's the whole thing. If you let me get to know you a little bit,
Billy Valentine.
we could become friends.
What fucking Billy is he even referring to? I'm making cocoa and stopped addressing him. What the fuck?
He's still on the Billy thing. It's cool. You know, I just think that when you guys are being whatever level of support that you are, we shouldn't criticize each other, you know, because somebody's not supporting as much as somebody else. Because I understand everyone has a different
Woodchuck
level of
mantras.
what they can give or what they choose to
Give
give.
Billy a
you know?
raise. Billy Valentine. Take your own advice, Matthew.
Well, there are drug dealers, human traffickers, sanctions evaders who will find that to be a good feature. And as Sam Bankman-Fried would tell you, there's a hell of a market
Josh
for
G.
bankruptcy court evasion.
Billy
But the
goat,
big
Billie
market
Eilish, Billie
is tax
Eyelash, Bilbo.
evasion. And I know there are some on the other side who cheer every time a billionaire escapes taxes. The other announced purpose of crypto is to compete with the US dollar as a world reserve currency, thereby
Billy
enriching
Valentine.
the corporate billionaire
ha, ha.
bros and taking thousands of dollars of advantage away from every American family. 'Cause
Oh,
the
it's
benefit
4:20 in
of the
Newfoundland. That means it's time to smoke. Cheers, everybody.
Now, Sam Bankman-Fried.
Cheers there,
what did
Jiminy.
I say, inmate 14372.
Cheers.
Had one
Cheers,
purpose
Billy, Hoot and
in
Holler,
all his
Josh
efforts
G,
to
everybody that's over
retire.
there, Notlin, and
Well-known figure.
Token Tony Z, or
Anyone wearing
Poor Dog
shorts.
in the...
His one purpose
in the
was
Rumble,
to keep
Token Tony
the
Z, cheers.
SEC out of crypto, to provide a patina of regulation, baby regulation from the CFTC. And I'll have one comment from my colleagues. Don't trash Sam Bankman-Fried and then pass his bill. I fear that could happen
Pass his
because
bill?
Sam was not the only crypto bro with PACs and lobbyists, and there is no PAC or lobbyist here to work for efficient tax enforcement or sanctions enforcement. Now, I've heard from
Billy Bong Thornton.
some on the other side criticizing the SEC.
Was
In
90%
July, in
of
this
your
room,
grade
I
LOL
criticized
was a joke, don't
the
be so
head of
sensitive.
the SEC
Welcome
for
and nice
not
to
going
meet you,
at
Hoot.
the head of enforcement of the SEC for not going after crypto exchanges. But the fact is that, without objection, I'd like to put on the record a letter signed by 19 Republican members designed to push back on the SEC, a brushback pitch, if you're familiar with baseball.
Nope,
A-
not.
Objection such as yours.
I don't watch sports because I'm not a fucking idiot.
attacking the SEC for paying attention to, and I'll quote, the purported risks of digital assets. And I'd like to put on the record, without objection, comments from 8 members made in this room that were designed to attack the SEC as being a Luddite and anti-innovation for their efforts. Mr. Ray, you're going to be looking at FTX. We know that Sam Bankman-Fried is already faces criminal charges, but he did have help. Will you be looking for and turning over to U.S. Law enforcement authorities information about the possible criminal actions by Ryan Salome, Carolyn Olsen, and the other folks in the fancy apartment?
We are doing a thorough investigation, and we will, of course, we have been cooperating with the U.S. regulators and law enforcement agencies, so we will cooperate to turn over any information that would be relevant to them.
Thank you. And I'll point out in particular that one of the counts, count 8 in the complaint or indictment, is violation of campaign finance laws. And I hope that what you will turn over is a list of the major bonuses and or loans. It's reported that Ryan Salome got a $55 million loan, so that law enforcement can piece together when those loans and bonuses were made and whether they immediately preceded illegal campaign, disguised campaign contributions. Can we count on you to do
Dave
that?
Campione.
Yes, I can confirm that.
People
My time
only
has expired.
listen to what they want to hear, Pat, not reality.
Thank you. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Lucas, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Ray, for appearing before the committee this morning, particularly in light of the recent arrest of Bankman-Fried.
Billy
I
Valentine.
expected you to be very cautious this morning in your
Ha, ha,
answers.
ha.
And in fact, I
If you're
suspect you
familiar
have
with
been, that you've been
baseball,
very thorough and methodical.
What is this?
And the committee and I appreciate that indeed.
Let's have
First,
a root beer float,
I'd like to
a jello
discuss the
mold, and
bankruptcy
some
process,
cigarettes
Mr. Ray.
while we're at it.
It's our understanding that some of the FTX entities were not included in bankruptcy. including Later X.
Such an old sport.
Could you explain why those entities were not included and what might ultimately happen with them?
Ledger X is a perfect example of the entities that were kept out of bankruptcy. It's a regulated entity. It's fully solvent. The customer funds were segregated. We believe that there's been no harm there whatsoever. There's no reason to put it into bankruptcy. Ultimately, we will look.
That's
to,
how every single exchange
sell,
should have been, man.
Ledger X, put it in
The
the hands of
fuck?
the steward.
Would you expand on how U.S. bankruptcy proceedings interact with international proceedings?
Now,
for
Ledger
instance,
X,
like
is
those
that
in
Ledger,
Australia?
the offline wallet
Yes,
company?
the system is really designed to have a cooperative relationship with liquidators in other jurisdictions. We share information, we cooperate with each other relative to maximizing customer value and ultimately facilitating distributions and overall facilitation of the completion of the scheme in order to render customers as whole as possible.
As we've all seen, of course, SEC's charged Mr. Bankman-Fried with defaulting investors along with charges from the CFTC and the Southern District of New York. In your testimony, you described FTX Group as having unacceptable management practices, and you made that graphically clear, in particular to how Mr. Bankman-Fried is accused of. The SEC specifically alleges that one way in which Mr. Bankman-Fried diverted FTX funds to Alameda Research was by directing customers to deposit cash into Alameda-controlled bank accounts. Mr. Ray, could you explain how FTX was able to conceal that?
We're still, somewhat early in our investigation, but we can confirm that funds were deposited directly into Alameda as opposed to FTX bank accounts. Unfortunate, obviously, situation.
One last question on the bankruptcy. It's been reported that FTX Digital and FTX Australia were not included in the bankruptcy filing because local regulators had already initiated their own proceedings. Is it true that they could not have been included because of that?
Yes, our filing occurred on November 11, and there was other filings that had occurred shortly before.
One last thought, Mr. Ray.
So
Clearly,
people
your
had
profession is
the
cleaning up
ability
messes
to know
that
what
other
was
people
going
have
on
made.
before it happened in
It's a fair way to
America.
describe it. Not messes that you made, but they made. How does this compare, in your experience, magnitude-wise?
David's honey.
Hey, David, honey.
Good morning,
Well, it's
The
Ned.
worst or the worst by magnitudes?
It's one of the worst from a documentation standpoint. Even in the most failed companies, you have a fair roadmap of what happened. We're dealing with literally a sort of a paperless bankruptcy in terms of how they created this company. It makes it very difficult to trace and track assets.
You guys, Bitcoin
particularly
is
in the
about to
crypto
bounce
world.
back up. It's
really
above where it needed to be,
impressive in terms of
and now it's going to start moving upwards. But right now, it's moving down, and that's about to reverse.
Clearly tried to.
We're going to see a reverse here in a few seconds, maybe.
As the brightest of the bright. But being bright neither makes you honest nor a fool, does it? Thank you, Mr. Ray.
Looks like Harmony is leading with an indicator of a level
Thank
off.
you. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, who is also the chair of the Subcommittee on Oversight and Investigations, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I thank the witness for appearing today. Sir, I have in my left hand a sealed indictment from a grand jury as it relates to Mr. Samuel Beckman-Fried, and in my right hand, the Securities and Exchange Commission's complaint that has been filed against the same defendant. Let's put aside the civil complaint. I have one question, but first I'd like to lay a predicate by going through these charges in the criminal complaint. Wire fraud on customers, conspiracy to
honey.
commit wire fraud on
I hope.
lenders,
I would like to recover my money and get out.
conspiracy to commit commodities
Whoa,
fraud.
whoa, damn it, I just accidentally refreshed the page. David, God
Conspiracy
bless
to
America.
commit securities
Somebody
fraud.
said something before you and I missed that. I'm so sorry, guys.
Conspiracy to commit money
I didn't read
laundering.
what someone said before David Honey Sr. I saw what David
The list
said.
goes on with a few others. I mention these things to you, sir, because Dr. King reminded us that nothing in all the world is more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. Mr. Beckman-Fried has pretty much indicated that
Wrap
he
it
made a
up,
big
buddy.
mistake,
Let's go.
that
You only got 5 minutes.
he was doing the best that he could to be a servant and
These are our leaders, people.
service to
They
humankind.
look like they're all on like Valium.
Josh
But I would
G.
also mention this, he did attend
I was just cheering
Canada
on
USA
SBF's
Math
demise
Camp,
and asked how long
a
you
summer
think he
program for
deserves in jail.
mathematically talented
Rest of his
high
fucking
school
pathetic
students.
life. Fuck that
He also
motherfucker.
has a
Dude, you're telling
degree
me
from MIT.
you got billions of dollars and you didn't think to hire a fucking CEO to run your company? You fucking idiot.
Is all
You
this
know,
just one
there's
big
no
mistake
excuse.
that
You have a big
was
company,
made by
you get someone to
this-
run it.
this gentleman
You get a
that said,
professional,
As you see it, based upon what you've seen so far.
like the guy that's running it right
it looks
now.
to me like there may be some malfeasance here.
You know? Fuck. You needed a
You know,
goddamn
certainly,
CEO.
investigating everything. That
Look at this guy.
relative to these circumstances.
He probably none of that shit would happen had he been at the wheel. You know?
Judgment or put labels on actions. We're focused.
And
on
why the fuck is his jacket all up in the back like he's like
assets, for the victims? That's our number one priority.
he looks like a
To do so,
henchman.
we will also
He looks like a henchman.
investigate potential causes.
He looks like the
of
Incredible
actions
Hulk is about to
value.
bust out of the jacket.
And that does require facts and motivations and what happened. So we fully expect to explore that.
Thank you. Would you consider this to be sincere ignorance?
You know, again, I don't want to put labels on it. Obviously, there's been failure here of a massive proportion. Ultimately, you know, I think others will judge him by his actions.
I find it difficult to believe that we're dealing with conscientious stupidity. It seems to me that you'd have to be rather talented to do all of these things to the extent that they were done, and
Billy
do
Valentine.
them successfully.
That
for
has
as
to be
long
the
as he
ugliest
was
man
able to
I've ever seen.
accomplish these things.
He looks like Organ's
That they
cock.
just don't emanate from ignorance and stupidity. And a lot of people have been hurt. And
He's
aside
not
from
easy
the
to look
civil
at.
actions, I think that we have to send a message to the others who would take advantage of people that this is not going to be tolerated.
Okay, you understand what's being said here,
Thank
and
you
this
for
guy
this.
is on the
You haven't been
goddamn.
very direct. I read
Billy
your testimony,
Valentine.
and based
Rogan's
upon your
cock.
testimony,
He's on the
it just seems to me that we have more
the oversight committee. This guy.
sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity.
Understand? He's saying we're gonna make an
You have to
example of
balance
SBF. We're gonna fuck him
Thank you, the
good.
gentleman from Texas.
That's what he
Mr.
just said.
Sessions?
Madam Chairman, thank you very much. Mr. Ray, thank you very much for being here. I think each of our members have been sincere in saying thank you for your professionalism and adding this to your career of other restructuring that you have not only experience in, but bringing to bear. I've got several questions, and perhaps you can answer them, which would help me. At its best, the largest point of investor
his name is
exposure
Sessions.
by an American investor, what amount of money do you think that was held in FTX?
Hoot
I'm
and
not in a
howl.
position really to give you
Why do you
individual
know what that
numbers at
looks
this
like?
point. We do know with the U.S., there's hundreds of millions of dollars.
Everyone knows what Rogan's cock looks
Of course,
like.
on the .com, which is the international exchange.
It's from Beezlecam Extreme. Everybody sees it.
There's
Where's the
one of the
bees?
difficulties we have is that there's millions.
Oh,
of
he's right here.
accounts. Some of those accounts.
Beezlecam
We're in the
Extreme.
process of really analyzing how those accounts roll up to individual.
Everybody
customers.
loves Beezle. Hey, Gladys.
Are you
Gladys,
aware
get in
of
here
the
and put up the
SEC
Beezlecam
at any
Extreme. You
point?
know I love it.
Hoot and howl.
Asking
Is it a miniature
questions,
version
coming
of
to
his own
visit,
head?
providing
No.
paperwork about these hundreds of millions or billions of dollars that
Cassie.
drew some attention.
Hi,
from
Cassie.
the
Hello.
SEC about this American investment, or what I would say exposure.
I'm not, but you have to recognize that I, parachuted in on November 11th, so I have no history with the company whatsoever.
So you do not know about any questions, interaction. Have you heard about whether there was an attempt to avoid any of this? Was any of it ever discussed by any of the people that you have?
It's a good question.
gained information
If
from?
anybody saw it coming, and were there any
I'm not
steps trying to
privy
be
to
taken?
anything on a pre-petition basis.
Thank you. Do you have an idea about the value of assets that was lent to FTX, by FTX or Alameda to Mr. Bankman-Fried?
He just said no.
The amount of money that they loaned him?
He just
Well, we know that the size of the loss, measured essentially, at this period of time is several $billion, but you have to remember that
Several
asset
billion.
values, fluctuate. So,
the size fluctuates.
how much the value assets are worth at the time that they may have been transferred to FTX.com may be a different number than the loss as of any particular date.
Yep.
We do, of course, know that
That's crypto.
we have several $1 billion of losses, and we know that there was billions of dollars.
You guys,
lent out,
crypto just
billions
made
of
the
dollars in
turnaround.
other
It's on its way back
investments.
up now.
So that we
You can
essentially
see
have
it
a
on the
roadmap
charts
to
here.
Figure that out.
The roadmap that you're speaking about, in your past, I don't claim you necessarily know it now, were IRS forms that were filled out by the company, were they properly filled out?
this.
Have you looked at those
Right
to see
here.
that they were
See that? It's
complying
going up.
with the IRS law?
This is going up right here.
We
See
are
that?
looking
Turn
into
around.
that very thing. We've hired.
This is
Ernst
going up.
Young. They are taking comprehensive review. They're going backwards and starting with the earlier years. We're reviewing the return that
All
was
the way over
filed
here.
in 20,
Turn around here.
2020.
Turn around here.
2021.
Turn around
Of course,
here.
They're looking at all the transactions within 2020.
The entire market.
So that review is ongoing.
Entire market's turning around.
Certainly
Billy
we'll,
Valentine.
Look at that in detail.
Oh
As
no.
an expert,
How did
I
this
would
big
consider
blue
you an
wrench
expert
get
in this
stuck on my
arena.
name?
Would you
Oh
think
well,
that
I'll
it
just
would
leave
be
it.
important that the SEC, and I don't know the law, but would have access to, as part of their any due diligence they were doing, to look at that
Hoot and
IRS
howl.
filing?
F.
to
Cardano and
determine
Algorand are all up.
Perhaps
Heart
whether
Gold is
someone
down a
was or
little for
was
me.
not following the law? Would that be part of a due diligence?
Well, we certainly would make, anything like that available to any of the
Griffin.
regulatory agencies, whether it's the
Cheers,
SEC
y'all.
or the IRS.
Smoking
We're
out
fully
the Mobius
cooperative
piece.
to them. Anything that would aid in their investigation would be available to them.
Do
Mobius.
you think it would be pertinent for this committee
Mobius.
to be able to receive that IRS information going back so that we would make a determination about whether proper utilization of oversight was being done?
We certainly, we want to be cooperative with the committee as well, and we can certainly work with staff to address what you might need.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman. Chairwoman.
Thank you. The gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver, who is also the chair of the Subcommittee on Housing, Community Development, and Insurance, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ray, thank you so kindly for being here today. Have you read the full testimony?
7:10, 40
by,
seconds,
a
Jiminy.
missing guest?
All right.
I have not read his full testimony. Some pieces of it have been relayed to me, but I've not read it. I've not read one word of it, actually.
Yeah, I don't know him personally and probably don't want to, but his testimony is so disrespectful. I mean, there's not a person up here would like to show
Billy
this
Valentine.
to their children in line
Cheers.
2.
Last
of
of the
this,
cheese.
This is good.
Of this missive.
Happy
He
7:10.
said, and I quote, I would
Jiminy,
like to start
everybody,
out by formally
Billy, Griffin,
stating
Hoot and
under
Howl,
oath,
Token Tony Z in the Rumble. Everybody, cheers.
and I can't even say it publicly. These next 2 words, absolutely insulting. This is Congress of the United States. And I'd like to submit this, Madam Chair, for the record.
Without objection, if you're inserting that into the record. Without objection, such is the order.
I want to follow up on what Mr. Sessions, on the discussion Mr. Sessions
Hoot and Howl.
Was
Dabs
having
up.
with you.
Cheers, Hoot and Howl.
On this, the issue. And if you are required, we have one requirement that you are
I don't know if I said it before, but Hoot and Howl, thanks for watching the show
supposed
for
to
so long.
submit to
I
each
appreciate
customer
that.
and the IRS the Form 109B, right?
Yes.
What else are you required to do?
I'd have to defer to the tax folks. They're experts in that field, and
I can't believe this guy doesn't have
I'm
a
sure
lawyer
they'll
sitting with
do a
him.
thorough review of what should have been submitted.
He's got balls the size
No,
of Kansas.
what do you know now that you are supposed to submit other than the 109D to every customer and to the Internal Revenue Service?
I don't know personally at this point
Griffin.
what was required to be submitted
Dabba
as part of our
dabba doo.
review with
Dabba dabba doo.
with our
Griffin.
independent accountants.
Duly noted.
Well, could you expand or maybe even update us on the extent of the poor controls in the areas previously identified in your November 17th declaration?
It's an extensive list. It really crosses the entire spectrum of the company, from lack of lists of bank accounts, hundreds of bank accounts dispersed all over the
Billy
world.
Bong Thornton. This is
Lack of
heating up.
I'm riveted.
Just a complete list of employees and their functions by group or name. Extensive use of independent contractors as opposed to employees. Lack of insurance that you normally would see in certain businesses. Either inadequate insurance or complete gaps in insurance.
There,
For
he's as big
example,
as
the
me.
Alameda silo had no insurance whatsoever. So those are, the list goes on and on. We could spend all day on that.
We have time, but I wonder if you would support
They are so slow.
a resolution that I've been thinking about introducing,
God, so slow.
changing the name of cryptocurrency to Creepy Dough currency.
Creepy Dough. He wants to turn the name to Creepy Dough.
With my colleagues.
We're going to change the name of crypto to Creepy
I
Dough.
wanted to know whether you would support changing it to Creepy Dough.
Creepy dough.
I'll leave that skill set to the committee.
Creepy Dough, D-O, it says.
All right, thank you. I yield back.
He's cute, man. I'm gonna applaud Mr. Cleaver for the joke at the end of his testimony there, of his questioning. That was great. He's joking around. Creepy Dough, he said.
Reported that FTX couldn't get a bank.
He wanted to know if the guy would sponsor a bill where he's gonna change the name of crypto to Creepy Dough.
Bank accounts. Does this raise any red flags for you? The fact they couldn't
Hoot and
find a
howl.
way to get a bank account?
I've always liked you
Well,
and your show.
there's a few red flags,
You
obviously.
also helped me learn to grow
banking.
plants as well. Enjoyed watching you care for you black lab. Sorry, I forget his name. Play guitar. Protect
Roscoe.
your property. ECT.
Thanks, Hoot and Howl. Roscoe.
Is Alameda a U.S. chartered bank or is it offshore?
Roscoe P. Coltrane.
Or the bank that they were using, I should say.
It's really not a bank per se, it's just most of the entities in the structure they're just unregulated entities.
So it's just an entity that passes through money. It's a hedge fund that does things. It doesn't have a
Billy
bank account per se.
Valentine.
Oh, it has bank
What the
accounts,
hell?
absolutely.
I
US?
thought Nancy Pelosi was
yes.
white.
Okay, so here we have a company that's offshore. It can't get a bank account offshore. It has to come into the U.S. to be able to do its banking business. In other words, and the important part of this comment is that in order for these companies to exist, they've got to be able to change their digital assets into hard U.S. dollars at some point. So they need a bank account. And so they needed Alameda to be able to do that. Is that roughly correct?
Any of the silos had in bank accounts, that certainly exists. Separate bank accounts do exist. I think the real issue here for us is that money was transferred from one account to the other, seemingly without limit. That is the issue.
Okay, you talked about the accounting issues. It's interesting from the standpoint that we're talking today about a problem with these cryptocurrency firms, with securities firms, and we can't have an accounting system that actually works. This should be a really big red flag for all of us who are in the financial services world.
We can have an accounting system that works, so you just have to have guys that are willing to fucking not lie and cheat and rip us off.
Similar to what
that's all, man. It's like it would work if they were just doing it right.
With regards to the Farmington
It's not
State
that it
Bank.
doesn't work.
This is an
Math
investment
works,
that,
bro. That's all
Alameda
crypto is.
Made into, and it's a little bit
freaking
bank,
math.
according to a New York Times article. State of Washington, 26th smallest bank out of 4,800 in the country.
Nothing
Bought it in
beats
2020, got a net worth of 5.7 million, and they dropped 11.5 million in for a percentage of the ownership. Do you know off the top of your head what the percentage of ownership was in that bank they purchased?
I believe that ownership was approximately 10%, but I can.
Okay, that's what I've heard too. So therefore, they paid 20 times book, which is off the charts outrageous. So it should be a red flag over the place. Yet they were able to purchase that, even though it's a minority interest, but 20 times book. FDIC allowed that to happen. They changed names to Moonstone Bank. And since then, they've 4 separate accounts have dropped to roughly 71 million, again, according to FDIC data and according to this article. Have you looked at this relationship at all yet to see what's going on here and whether there's any irregularities at all?
We are looking at it. It certainly is one of the things that came to our attention fairly quickly. We're looking at what the dollars were that went from the FTX group to that bank, and we're looking at the connections of that bank to the Bahamas.
Is it the way this all transacted here? Is this common, by the way, that they purchase businesses and dump excessive amounts of money based on the fact they had it? Whether it was a good investment or not?
17,800.
I mean, this looks like a
Irregularities,
really
that's
excessive
crypto
investment.
by
You
definition.
actually go out and buy a bank to be able to do something with it.
Bitcoin just hit
Stuff
800
it full of
again.
money. So
The high's
is there any
999.
laundering on here? Is there some missing
99.
dollars? Is somebody stuffing away something in their back pocket to be able to at some point down the road take off with it? Is that what's going on here? I mean, it begs a lot of questions here when you see this kind of activity.
Oh, it's begging.
There's a
all
lot
right.
more questions than there are answers. Certainly, it's highly irregular, and that's what's gotten our attention.
Well, I thank you for your comments this morning, and it's concerning when you see this sort of lack of accounting. and you see
I
somebody
mean,
dealing in this sort
what
of
amazes
level of
me is
money,
that
and there's no
nobody
lots of
is
different
thanking
companies,
this
money
guy
sits
for
back and
being
forth.
straightforward,
Wondering about
honest,
living
not
in
having a
shores
lawyer
of the
sitting
Bahamas
next to
that
him,
have some
answering
foreign
every
bank accounts
question
and stuff of money
unflinchingly,
I
being
hope
maybe
you do
the
your job.
best
Do a very good job.
goddamn
Thank you for being here this morning.
witness that I've ever seen being questioned giving to this
The
guy is
gentleman
just,
from Colorado, Mr.
he's
Perlmutter,
as transparent as
who is
possible.
Also the chair of the subcommittee on
He's telling them
Consumer
everything that he
Protection
possibly
and
could know,
Financial
you know?
Institutions. You're now recognized for 5 minutes.
And none of them are commending him on
Thanks,
that.
Madam Chair. Mr. Ray, I have so many questions, it's hard to even figure out what questions to ask. So let's just start with some easy ones. How long have you been on this job?
4 weeks.
4 weeks.
There you go.
Do you know when the Madoff bankruptcy was filed?
Probably circa 2008, I guess. I
So
don't
say 2008. And do you know they just made a distribution out of that bankruptcy last week?
That's what I understand.
Fuck.
So that's, what, 14 years? How old are
14
you?
years.
Is that a permitted question?
Because I want you to add 100 to whatever your age is when you finally untangle all of this. The reason I say that
Well,
is we watched this FTX, but a bunch of other crypto companies start thrashing about, say, 9, 10, 12 months ago. And as the house of cards started falling down,
right?
the thrashing became more. We had something like that in Colorado back in the 80s when the savings and loans were failing, and everybody was sort of trading their funny money. We called it trading cats for dogs, to hide lousy loans, to not show the failures of those particular banks. Here,
that was the housing bubble.
Your job, I think, as the bankruptcy trustee or conservator or whatever you are, is to go gather as many assets as you can, and that could be from some very innocent people who got paid money.
Clawbacks.
To then spread it out equally among who you think the real creditors are, or, I mean, is that sort of a fair statement?
Those are called clawbacks.
It's a general statement, but it's not off.
Well, because we on this committee and a number of us had to deal with the Madoff stuff. One of the things you're going to face is some guy say, I'm more innocent than that guy. I should get to keep my money, even though I got paid yesterday, but I'm an innocent guy. You're going to be dealing with so many preferences, so many fraudulent transfers. I mean, have you
Sean, aka
any idea
Trent Yorker.
what the total money in
I
and the
live in
total
public
money out of
housing. My
FTX
act is
was?
small but decent.
We don't have a full accounting at this early
You
stage.
live in public housing, but your apartment's small.
Do
but
you
decent.
know how much was in tokens? So let's say I have Dogecoin, or I don't even know how you say it.
Doji.
But I have 10
Let's say you have Dogecoin.
A year ago, is it Dogecoin? Dogecoin. All right, I have 10 Dogecoins. All right. A year ago, 10 Dogecoins, for sake of argument, was worth $1,000, so $100 a coin. I put that in there. But Dogecoin today is worth, like, I don't know what, say
8 cents?
Not nearly that much. I mean, how are
Doge
you going to
is at,
evaluate that
9 cents right now.
as to what I should get out of the bankruptcy?
Well, at first it starts with doing an accounting and a tracing of all the assets, both the ins and the outs. And that's made difficult, of course, by the commingling of assets. So perhaps you may have invested in a certain coin or an altcoin. We'll have to trace what happened to that coin because, again,
That coin's
what
been
we've
a joke
explained
of the
here
crypto
today and through
community
our
since it was
testimony.
started.
Yeah, but
There's commingling
I've known
of
bigger
assets, so
jokes
it
than
makes it,
Doge.
a bit more complicated.
How
than
about
simply,
a big connect?
we're gonna it's
A
gonna be
big
a
connect.
process of looking for the ins and outs, what happened to your crypto. Of course, at the time of the bankruptcy, we know when that occurred. We have a very specific time when that bankruptcy occurred, and we will look at customer accounts as of that date, and that will be determined essentially what your account position was. But of course, assets vary in terms of fluctuating in value, and again, because of the circumstances we find ourselves in the lack of documentation, the potential commingling between silos, and then also what happened with Alameda taking funds from FTX.com, it isn't as simple as how many coins did I have in my account?
Well, I guess what I'm saying is if I put $1,000 in and it's gone, and I put 10 Dogecoins in and they're gone, eventually you're going to have to figure that out. And my guess is you will be back here in a year when you have a better handle on the numbers to be talking to this committee. And thank you for doing this. I yield back.
There you go. He thanked him.
Thank you very much. You know by now.
Yes, thank the guy.
Perlmutter is a
He doesn't have to be there, and he doesn't have to be sitting there alone. He can have two lawyers sitting on both sides of him, telling him not to say anything.
I would like to enter into the record the
I've got one of
indictment
those left,
of Sam
just to keep a foot in.
Bankman-Fried by the Southern District of New York that was unsealed this morning, and the separate filings from the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, both of which were filed this morning. Thank you. With that, the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Huizinga, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Ray. I'm going to get my colleague to shift a little bit or get up. Thank you. One quick question. Have you been sharing your findings with the SEC at all as you've been going through this?
Yes.
Okay. How about the Southern District of New York?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to get
No
to a
longer
couple
got a
of,
cannabis already.
practical questions because I
Jimbo.
think these were the things I was going to ask you and
Cheers,
then
bro.
also ask Mr. Bankman-Fried.
Cheers, everybody.
In your declaration,
Hoot and
you said
Howl,
that the quote, the FTX.com
Token Tony Z, everybody in the chats. Cheers,
U.S.
guys.
users. Close quote.
Rumble,
However, earlier this
YouTube,
month,
Facebook,
CFTC
Twitch,
Chairman
Twitter,
Benham,
D-Live,
suggested in testimony before the Senate Agriculture Committee
Odyssey.
that 2% of funds housed at FTX.com were from U.S. individuals. Can you confirm whether there were U.S. individuals or persons, in fact, customers of FTX.com?
Yes, we found that there's a small number of U.S. Customers that had engaged in as customers at that
Is
time.
2% small in your estimation, or is it less or more?
We don't have those kind of numbers on an investor basis. We have it on a customer basis, but you're
Okay.
talking about less than a couple hundred.
But it could amount to billions. I mean, you said earlier it is billions of dollars that was in there, or at least it could be millions or hundreds of thousands. We don't know that number, or do you know that number?
I don't know. I don't know that number. Billions would sound very, very high.
Okay. Well, you had mentioned that
Carly,
billions
what
in
are you
it.
doing?
Yeah, but clearly,
I'm giving you the range.
Yeah,
So,
clearly, as U.S. customers, there we don't have an accounting of what those particular customers had in the
Okay.
.com exchange.
Will determining this be part of your work through this bankruptcy process?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, okay. Will part of your work be determining which assets belong to which customers, more specifically U.S. customers of FTX.com?
Yes, we will do a tracing analysis that will try to identify both the sources and the uses of all the funds.
So whether it's 10 customers that had a lot of money or 1,000 customers that had some money?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Can you provide some indication of whether customer funds from FTX.com were in fact transferred to Alameda Research?
Well, it's definitely assets of customers
assets.
in the .com silo were transferred to Alameda, no question about it. We have not seen this at this stage from the U.S. silo. But of course, we do have one concern, and that's the concern that we're chasing down, which is whether or not there's commingling between the .com silo and the U.S. silo exchanges. And the reason for that is we know that there was sort of common control and access of authorized users at this most senior management level amongst all of the assets. So it's something we have to focus on. We haven't seen evidence right now of that, but certainly that's something we need to investigate and trace.
Okay, and my remaining 2 minutes, I want to turn a little bit to operations. Is there any evidence of his parents' involvement in the operations?
We're investigating that, as well as any other, players in the
Email, Slack, Signal.
It's billions of records. It's a very vibrant environment.
Wow.
So I hear that you haven't discovered that. I mean, it would seem interesting that that they didn't either give legal advice or business advice or parental advice, maybe.
Well, certainly, clearly, I think in our first day papers, we indicated that that Mr. Bankman had given legal advice.
Okay, and had he been an employee of FTX, as has been reported?
I don't know if he actually had an employee status. He certainly received payments from,
Growing daily,
the family did receive payments.
Okay, that sounds like employment to me. You got a payment for, okay. Well, I raise that because on December 8 of 2021, I met with Sam Bankman-Fried in my office, which I will note was just immediately before he came down to the hearing. He was at least 15 minutes late, and his father accompanied him in that meeting. I asked and focused on what types of regulation he was under, his engagement with regulators, and how that affected FTX. But it seems to me that there's a lot more to uncover here. Certainly, Mr. Bankman-Fried has let's say, wooed many in New York, Silicon Valley, around the world, and yes, certainly here in D.C. He was, they loved, everybody loved the exciting idea of a politically progressive, smart entrepreneur who was going to reimagine capitalism and change the world, feeling better about themselves, all while making them gobs of money. And I'm glad to see it's finally unraveled. So my time is up, and I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from Ohio, Mrs. Beatty, who is also the chair of the Subcommittee on Diversity and Inclusion, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
First of all, let me just say thank you to Chairwoman Waters and our ranking member, and certainly to you, Mr. Ray. We have heard a lot. A lot of this has been difficult to digest, primarily because of what has happened to so many people and so much money involved. Mr. Ray, you mentioned in your testimony that one of your primary goals is to limit to the greatest extent possible the harm suffered by FTX customers. Hundreds and hundreds of $millions have been removed from crypto wallets, and in its estimates that about 1 million people have money frozen in the exchange. Can you...
Oops.
The likely...
Maybe spring for the more expensive bandwidth.
And if you can't answer that question, I have the information.
Maybe tell your kids upstairs to quit playing some COD.
Ms. Beatty, would you repeat the question? You were interrupted for a minute or so there.
Because your bandwidth sucks.
Oh, I am sorry. I am at home recovering, so I hope sorry about any connection. Basically, hundreds of dollars have been removed from crypto wallets, and it's estimated that about 1 million people have money frozen in their exchange.
Whoa.
Can you tell us how many users have lost money, and when will they get their money back?
Well, our process is such that, we are securing our assets every day. Every day we are out looking for wallets and the keys to those wallets to maximize the recovery of value. So that's an ongoing process. We've secured all the cash in the bank accounts to the extent that we can at this point. We've secured crypto assets. We're still in the process of doing that. Ultimately, that's a question of months. The litigation has been pointed out by other members. Certainly will take a longer time frame, but that is our number one focus is to generate value to repay those customers. I don't have a customer account for you today. We do know that there was 2.7 million users in the U.S. silo, which again overstates the customer relationships because people had multiple trading accounts. In the .com silo.
Okay.
We had
Fair
over
enough.
7.6 million users. Again, overstating the actual customer relationships due to the multitude of accounts by any particular customer. So we need to get to the bottom of those customer numbers.
Thanks, Mr. Ray. Let me ask you this. Despite the fact that FTX told customers it would not trade customers' funds, we know now that FTX loaned out, I think about $10 billion in customer assets for proprietary trading.
Here we go again.
Mr. Ray, do you know how it was possible for FTX to access clients' funds in violation of its own terms of service that read, without clients' permission, and exposes customers to such massive loss?
Well, as I indicated, I mean, there was no corporate controls, no corporate oversight, no independent board, and the owners of the business, the senior management, had virtual control of the accounts of each of the silos and could move money or assets, as they desired, undetected by customers. So, to the extent there were rules, and there were very few, obviously they were made to be broken.
Rules were made to be broken.
I think what I'm hearing you saying is that there was no one personally approved this. Let me ask you a last question. Can you tell us what regulatory changes could prevent
Let's turn my mic down a little bit.
Unauthorization or the unauthorizing customer funds in the future, based on your wealth of experience?
Without speculating about what regulatory fix
is that still okay? Tell me.
I've said in my earlier testimony, the critical thing is segregation.
I might be able to get rid of the distortion when I yell.
Okay, and lastly, in your 5 points that you outlined, and I'm sorry if you said it before, is there a timetable that you think you can get to that? And that can be a yes or no. I think I'm getting close to my time.
There's no particular time frame, but it's as quickly as possible.
Thank you, Hoot and Hell.
In my experience with Enron.
And is that months? Is that weeks? Quickly as possible?
It certainly isn't weeks. It's definitely months. And the causes of action, could take longer, but we will marshal assets on a weekly basis and on a monthly basis, and we'll do that as quickly as possible.
821 Bitcoin, guys.
Thank you so much for taking the time to try to help us out. I yield back.
Inflation report.
The gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, is now recognized.
So the
for
stock
5
market
minutes.
took off and so did
Thank
crypto.
you, Madam Chair.
That's why
Mr.
Joe
Ray, in
H.
your
came
declaration,
in
you
and
said
made
that
that
many of the
announcement.
companies in
We're
the
going to
FTX
20,000.
group did not have
We're going to, you're getting
appropriate
Adele.
corporate governance, and that this situation is unprecedented. You also, in your testimony
Adele,
today,
dude.
said that the FTX collapse stems from
Dude,
lack of
you're
an
getting
independent
Adele.
board and a complete failure of any internal controls or governance whatsoever. Can you elaborate in describing the governance structures for FTX.com that led you to make those comments?
Well, first and foremost, there's no independent board of directors. So one of the first things.
Dude, did you just hear Sam Bankman-Fried laugh in the background?
By our chairperson, who's the
Who
former
heard
U.S.
that?
Attorney and
Dave C. Fishing.
Honorable Joseph Farman.
LMAO, Dell
former U.S.
Computers.
Dude, I think he's in the room.
Put in a corporate structure of independent directors, put in separate officers, the new officers of the company. I put in a new CFO, a new chief information
Rox
officer,
One
a
SMF.
new head of administration, all independent.
No oversight or regulation.
with some
and
background
people
and
got
experience
screwed.
in these sectors.
The hell you
None of
say?
the employees. I mean, there's
How
a lot
could
of
that
titles in the
happen?
company.
Libertarianism,
No experience to back it
woo!
up.
No regulation
Can you-
works so
Can you
good.
explain how the FTX.com
Corporations
governance
will do what's
structure
best for their
differs from the
customers for
governance structures
competition.
of FTX US?
Yeah, I guess this just
Virtually
kind of
no
blows the whole
difference
libertarianism, no regulation thing out of the
Mr. Ray,
water,
in your work
doesn't it?
so far, have you
Oh, that and the
examined
oil
governance
spill in
structure or the
Kansas.
flow of assets to the
500,000
FTX Foundation
gallons of
or its
oil,
various
barrels,
affiliates,
gallons of oil
including FTX Community,
spilled.
FTX Climate, or the Future Fund.
We are digging
Yay!
into that.
That's
we've
the
executed our review.
that's the XL
I
pipeline.
am curious in your work whether or not you will determine whether those entities were established properly as non-profits or whether or not the funds received were improperly transferred customer accounts. Do you have any visibility into that yet?
We're looking at that right now. We've asked our folks at Ernst & Young to look at the tax side of it, and we're investigating the money transfers.
This guy's
so we can be
great.
sure to dig into those details.
He's just
Was the
answering
FTX
every
Foundation
question,
and those
you
other
know?
not-for-profit, ostensibly not-for-profit entities, were they completely separate from any of the for-profit entities?
Sorry about that, guys.
They were owned by Sam Bankman-Fried. I can't tell you that they were separate because they got funds from Alameda. So we know the source of their funding was from the FTX group. There was separate ownership, but not separate, funding.
So commingled assets in that case as well.
Absolutely.
Okay. At least one ESG ratings firm gave FTX a higher score for governance than ExxonMobil. Given your testimony that FTX's collapse stems from the absolute concentration of control in the hands of a very small group of grossly inexperienced and unsophisticated individuals who failed to implement virtually any of the systems or controls necessary for a company that is entrusted with other people's money or assets, what would you say about this ESG governance rating, which rated FTX higher than ExxonMobil?
I'd get my money back.
Can you identify which entities had audited financial statements?
Yes, I can. So there was no audit at Alameda, no audit at the venture silo. There was audit at the U.S. silo, and also audit at the .com silo. I can't speak to the integrity or quality of those audits. We're reviewing, obviously, the books and records. And as I've said earlier, much of those books and records were maintained on fairly unsophisticated ledger workbooks.
And you testified of the lack of record keeping.
Yes.
And so there's a whole lot of financial statements that are either not audited or not available. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
In your declaration, you stated that you did not believe that those audited financial statements were reliable. Can you elaborate on why you believe that?
I might be ready for a second cup of coffee.
Well, we've lost $8 billion, right, of customer money. So by definition, I don't trust a single piece of paper in this organization.
Sam Bankman-Fried, in his testimony to this committee on December 8th of last year, said that FTX has designed and offered a platform with a market structure that is risk-reducing. To be sure, there are irresponsible actors in the digital asset industry, and those actors attract the headlines, but FTX is not one of them. Was that statement incorrect?
False. Yes.
Thank you. And let me conclude by describing what is going on here by a popular crypto commentator. If you set up an exchange where you're the market maker, you're the issuer, you're the prime broker, and then you trade against your own customers, you have a vested interest in creating the assets, promoting the assets, and manipulating the price of the assets. What you have is a crypto casino. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to begin by thanking you once again for taking the lead to hold bad actors accountable and pursue transparency in the cryptocurrency space. And also, Mr. Ray, I want to thank you for being here today to testify. I think I start off a little bit like Paul Krugman does in the New York Times. I don't get the point. I really don't get the point of blockchain and cryptocurrency. It's like keeping track of how many times you chew gum, like who cares? There's other ways that are, I think, less fraudulent to make transactions. But anyway, that being said, how many times have we talked here about the potential for abuse, of fraud in the crypto market? Quite a bit. We've had a lot of cheerleading from some people, especially on the other side of the aisle. I don't hear it today. Haven't heard it yet, but I do want to hear it like we normally hear it, how wonderful it is and how they shouldn't be regulated by the SEC, that they're too tough on them. Imagine we're not going to hear that today, especially after what we saw with FTX. But we do want to see order and transparency in this industry and throughout the financial markets. If you are an issuer of cryptocurrency or a manager of cryptocurrency exchange, and you conduct business with U.S. customers, consider this FTX collapse as your public service announcement. Come into compliance with the Securities Act of 1933, the Securities Act of 1934, and all other applicable federal and state laws. Do not skirt the law, mishandle U.S. citizens' funds, and then claim innocence. For the cryptocurrency industry to continue, citizens need to be informed, regulators need to uphold the laws, and companies need to comply. Now that wasn't happening, was it, Mr. Rander, this particular company?
No, sir.
Hoot and howl.
Why wasn't it?
Bold speaking man,
Again,
but wearing
you
a
have
dotted
patrol and a small group of individuals without any oversight whatsoever, from an independent board or experienced managers. It's just a recipe for problems.
What government entity is responsible for this fiasco?
That's not for me to say.
No, it is for you to say. You're right there, and I'm asking you. If you had to opine, that's why you're there in the hot seat. Who is it? Should the SEC have been more aggressive, even though we had a lot of our friends on the other side saying they shouldn't have been? Should the SEC have been more aggressive?
You know, I'm not experienced. I'm not a regulatory lawyer. I'm not here to express views about who should regulate it. And I've said and very clearly that we need transparency. Customers need to have segregated accounts. They need to have ownership. It's their money. It's assets. It's really no different than a bank. You'd expect the same level of scrutiny of any funds that you have on deposit with someone else. That is a minimum.
I agree with everything you've said, but at the same time, I have to say that the product that they give is a hybrid product, is it not?
Well, certainly it's a currency. It's an alternative currency, yes.
So then who should regulate it?
I don't have an opinion on that.
You don't?
Mr. Congressman, no.
Okay. Well, that's the whole problem, I think. I don't get the point of cryptocurrency to begin with, other than, you know, if you're a terrorist or someone that wants to hide money, and then I get the point. But other than that, I don't get the point myself. But if we are going to have it, we have to regulate it. Someone has to be in charge. We have to make sure that we don't continue to defraud the American people. And that's where the government comes in. Somebody's got to take charge of this. I think it's the SEC. I've always thought it was the SEC. They had a lot of pushback from my friends on the other side. I didn't hear them quite today, pushing back as they normally do. I'd love to see that. But again, someone has to regulate this if it's going to exist. Don't you agree?
I certainly think there has to be more controls in this sector.
You don't get the point
We should regulate
because
it.
you're
I defer to
100.
this committee.
That, Madam Chair, I yield my time back. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ray, for being here. Appreciate it. There's been many comparisons that have been made as people examine what happened to FTX, and from Bernie Madoff to Enron, it looks like this will go down as one of the largest frauds in history. And Mr. Ray, you have a unique perspective on the fact that you have worked on the Enron bankruptcy. I'd be interested real quick if you talk a little bit real quick about how it compares. You got cut off in the early time, and I'd like to hear a little bit about that.
You know, Enron was is a really a different company. You know, the crimes that were committed there were highly orchestrated financial machinations by highly sophisticated people to keep transactions off balance sheets. This is really old-fashioned embezzlement. This is just taking money from customers and using it for your own purpose. Not sophisticated at all. Sophisticated perhaps in the way they were able to sort of hide it from people, frankly, right in front of their eyes. But this isn't sophisticated whatsoever. This is just plain old embezzlement.
Old school.
Old school.
There you go. It seems like Freed has some interesting ideas on how you can stay relevant in the FTX world, and even after stealing customers' money and driving the company into bankruptcy. And I have read that he wants to be retained as an outside consultant, and been very critical of your own appointment.
Get the point, because you're 100.
Into this position. So after his arrest last night, all of his wishes seem even more unlikely. So what role, if any, should he play in FTX moving forward?
The role he's currently playing.
Okay.
Zero.
Good. You stated that FTX was a platform allowing for users to trade digital assets. Were users engaging in simple exchanges of assets, or were users permitted to engage in leveraged, complex transactions?
Yes. I'm sorry. Could you repeat your question?
Sure. You stated that FTX was a platform allowing for users to trade digital assets. Were users engaging in simple exchanges of assets, or were users permitted to engage in leveraged, complex transactions?
Yes.
You also stated that you have recovered over $1 billion in assets. Can you give a description of the nature and type of assets you have recovered to date?
We've recovered over $1 billion of crypto assets. These are coins of various nature.
That's nice to know. At least they got that.
We've secured those.
But if you've got
that's
1.5
been our
million to
primary
3
focus. We
million
certainly also
users,
secured, our cash in all of our bank accounts. The bank accounts were frozen.
There's no telling how
We've
much
got
crypto
control
they had
over
in
those
there.
accounts with new authorized users, which certainly includes myself. But our main goal is to secure the cash and secure the crypto assets, and that is an ongoing venture.
why do they get to
Thank you for being
fucking
here, and I yield my time
consolidate it all and shit? It's so weird.
Thank you very much. The
It's our
gentleman
money,
from Guam,
you know?
Mr. San Nicolas, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
David Honey Sr., are you still here? I want to talk to you about
Mr.
this.
Thank
You
you
said
for
you had
being with
money in
us today.
FTX? Let me know, bro. How much? Which
There's a
app
lot of
was
people
it?
following this,
I had money in
trying to
BlockFi. I took it out the day before they
trying to understand
cut
what
off
happened,
transactions.
for a variety of reasons.
Super lucky.
Of course,
Smoked
the
that.
primary responsibility
Jimbo.
will be to make sure that the creditors are made whole, as well as depositors.
No law
and
regarding
everybody
cannabis,
else has
Jiminy.
Most small
Hoot and Howl, everybody in the chat. Token Tony Z over there on Rumble. Cheers, everybody.
Question is,
Oh, here's that
have
guy.
you been
Face.
able- have you been
Hey, the
able
face.
to pinpoint
Mr.
the
San
specific
Nicolas, the
cause
face.
for FTX's
Cheers.
collapse?
The face that gets
I
in the
know that
way.
there's all kinds
Hey, your
of
face gets in the way, pal.
Loans to
Move
the
your
owner
face.
and no internal controls, loans to Alameda, commingling. But is there a specific trigger point or a specific cause that has resulted in the FTX collapse?
I think I've described it. It's really just the unlimited ability of those in control positions to borrow customer funds or take customer funds and then deploy them for their own use. That use involved margin trading, which is inherently risky, and of course they've spent enormous amounts of money beyond that. But it's really the misuse of funds, and it's as simple as that, on a large scale basis.
So what is the
losers,
the big picture balance loss as a result of this bankruptcy? How much has FTX lost as a result of this?
We don't have exact numbers, but we know
Ballpark?
it's several $billion, in excess of $7 billion.
In excess of $7 billion. So in excess of $7 billion, we're saying that the Sam Bankman-Fried and Company basically took or misallocated $7 billion, and that's why FTX has collapsed.
Right. So funds were taken from customers, funds were invested.
Theft.
Trading losses incurred in Alameda, and then funds were deployed that will never be, valued at the same dollar amount. There was over
Look,
$5 billion.
Celsius did the exact same thing that these guys did. The
Certainly
guys
there's
that did
some value
Celsius
there,
are going to
and
go
we'll
to
try
jail
get that
too.
Value, and sell those assets. But oftentimes, even when he made those sorts of investments, whether it was directly or through others in management, sometimes he would do that really without any pro forma or any valuation. Not really quite sure how some of the purchase price numbers were derived.
They dropped out
So
months ago. They
you just
claimed
sort of worry,
bankruptcy back
obviously,
in
that,
July, I think.
The purchases were overvalued, so there's a concern there as well.
So Alameda lost $7 billion as a result of investment decisions and margin trading.
There's a multitude of reasons that cause the gap in assets between the customer balances and what's there today and what we hope to gain. It can't be pinpointed just on losses on trading activity.
The reason I'm asking, and I'm just kind of narrowing it down because my time's expiring, but it's important for us to very clearly understand what caused this collapse. When we had the 2008 financial crisis and Bear Stearns collapsed and Lehman Brothers collapsed, we could have gone in there and we could have pointed to all these different reasons that could potentially have contributed to it. But the underlying reasons were there was a subprime crisis and a lack of liquidity in these respective institutions. That allowed us to have a policy response, a regulatory response to prevent that kind of thing from occurring in the future. The FTX collapse right now is just FTX, but are these lack of controls and are these environments that resulted in the FTX collapse, are those still existing today, and could the same thing happen in similar operations such as Binance, for example? Could they also engage in the same activities under the current regulatory regime, and if things go wrong, have the same outcome?
Well, sort of just 3 points I'd make. First of all, I mean, we are going to detail the sources and uses and what happened to all the funds. That will tell us exactly, you know, how the losses were incurred. Some of those may be lessons learned. Some of them just, you know, frankly, will just be payments that were made, you know, from other people's money. It's
Just going back to my question though, Mr. Ray, the circumstances that led to FTX's collapse, those circumstances still exist in the crypto space, and can other companies collapse in a similar set of circumstances?
Well, certainly we've ceased trading, so it won't happen at our company. Could it happen at other companies? I can't speak to them because I don't know how each of these companies are operated. Obviously, our company operated in a very distinct way that led to losses, but I think every company is different.
My time's expired.
Gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hill, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the chairman. I appreciate you being here, Mr. Ray. Glad to have you before the committee, and I want to thank the ranking member, Mr. McHenry, and the Chair Waters, for working constructively in the digital asset space over the past 4 years. And I want to remind my colleagues that Mr. McHenry talked about bond ripoffs in the railroad expansion in the 1870s and 1880s. True. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac leading us down the Primrose path in the early 2000s on housing ownership in the secondary market. And there were frauds and fraudulent actors. But that didn't mean that we didn't want to invest in railroads in the United States for the history of the country. And it didn't mean that we don't need a vigorous single-family housing market and secondary market in our country. So let's not confuse the malfeasance and disgusting activity of FTX with the fact that we need a proper, thoughtful regulatory oversight of digital assets. And so I thank Chair Waters and Ranking Member McHenry. 14 years ago this week, Bernie Madoff was arrested and charged with operating the largest Ponzi scheme in American history. Its collapse injured 37,000 investors and led to major reforms at the Securities and Exchange Commission and their oversight, and FINRA. Bankman-Fried was arrested in the Bahamas last night. In many ways, the fall of FTX dwarfs that of Bernie Madoff, with court filings suggesting that over 1 million creditors are somewhere in the lurch in the FTX silos. Americans were hurt, and I want everyone listening to know in today's hearing that this is just the first step that Congress is taking in understanding what happened.
Another one of the guys in Celsius just claimed bankruptcy, and I'm claimed as one of the claimants in the case. So I got the notice. This guy lives in Israel. He just claimed bankruptcy. His name is
Mr. Ray, thanks for stepping up in your leadership capacity. And in looking
Daniel
at the
Frisch.
filing, Prager Metis was the audit firm for the .com silo.
Isn't that funny? I just mentioned that. This came through at 2 a.m. Isn't that crazy? I mentioned Celsius. I said, so those guys are going to go to prison too. This guy's claiming bankruptcy. Personally. Personal bankruptcy case. Can you believe that shit? Why do you have my money, dude? Why am I listed as one of the debtors?
That's correct.
Or
creditor, or whatever the fuck I am.
In your role as bankruptcy trustee?
Whatever.
We're reaching out to, you know, both firms, audit firms, as well as the firm that charge taxes, and we certainly have tools available if they don't cooperate, but everyone seems to be cooperating at this point.
And are they, you anticipate they'll actively participate in the forensic accounting work you're doing with Ernst & Young?
Absolutely not. No, we are taking information that we get from the prior auditors and accountants and tax professionals, and then we're going to take our investigation from there on an independent basis.
Can you tell us who the partner in charge is of the audit at that firm?
I can't tell you. I can't tell you off the top of my head.
Is it Jerry Eatle, Brian Goldblatt, Michael Williams? Those names ring a bell?
No, it's not. I can get your staff.
Would you provide that to us, please?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And then the second auditing firm are Menino. You say you are familiar with them, and that's part of a London-based firm, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay,
And,
sorry guys.
So do you feel the same way about their performance based on the books and records you've seen, that they also were inadequate in serving as an auditing firm?
You know, I don't want to, you know, I certainly don't want to disparage that firm. We do have to look through the books and records and look at the audits themselves and see how comprehensive they were, to see if the audit would have picked up anything that we see, and certainly we're going to look at the related party disclosures that are in those audits, whether there's any footnotes or exceptions.
This guy, as much money as he's making, you would think he'd be able to afford a better tailor.
Perspective to determine what maybe could have been done that wasn't done.
Do you anticipate the United States being a creditor in these proceedings, either for tax purposes?
It's premature to tell. I mean, we're certainly looking at that ourselves, and to the extent that we find any irregularities in the tax area, we'll certainly be notifying the IRS, but nothing we've seen at this point. But again, our investigation is so early.
You state that the internal controls were the weakest that you've seen sort of in your experience, but FTX US and FTX.com, essentially there is no distinction between those. And so whether you were an international investor or a domestic investor, it's all the same pot. Is that fair to say?
I mean, that is certainly our worry. I mean, there's a limited amount of U.S. customers in the .com exchange, but we are focused on, commingling, and we're worried that the silos weren't respected for purposes of the crypto assets.
Gentleman's time left.
Maybe
Gentleman from
this
Connecticut,
time
Mr.
will
Himes,
train
was
his
also the
court.
chair of the Subcommittee on National Security, International Development, and Monetary Policy, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr.
I doubt
Chairman,
it.
and thank you, Mr. Ray, for being here and for undertaking this remarkably complicated task.
There you go.
At
That's
the end of
nice.
the day, our job here is to learn from the mistakes that were made, who made them, and what we can do going forward. Like it or not, we're moving into a crypto assets, crypto world, and we really
shit.
do need to learn.
Bro, watch Bitcoin go up
This whole
right
thing
now.
has the feeling of a Hollywood blockbuster. That's why the cameras are here, right?
Dude,
We've got a
watch.
30-year-old
On those
billionaire
words right
who
there,
raised
watch.
billions of dollars,
Watch the price of
lives in
Bitcoin
some
right now.
condo with a bunch of young
17,750.
people,
Watch, it's gonna
exotic
explode.
Products, tokens, and crypto assets. It feels to me, though, as I look through particularly the SDNY indictment on
We're
Seal
moving
this
into
morning,
a
that lot of
crypto
what we're seeing
world.
here is as old as the hills. It's wire fraud.
Wait
It's
for the
misleading investors. It's
influx of
commingling
volume.
funds. This is as old as the hills.
Wait for it.
There is something that I really do want to ask you about, though, which is a little different here. All the good work you've done with other companies, you were dealing with, by and large, money in banks or in other financial institutions. Here we've got tokens, which evidently were things of, quote, value, valued in some way or another, that were used as collateral, living in places called wallets, not in banks. So my question for you, that feels to me like what's exotic and different about this. How much more challenging is your job going to be because you're now operating in a world of tokens and wallets as opposed to dollars and banks?
And accounts. A wallet is an
I know you're
account.
hesitant to get into
There's no
regulatory
difference.
questions, but what should
It's
we
where
be
you store your
thinking
money.
about?
And the
if
bank
nothing
takes your money
else,
too.
To help with more
What, you
smooth
think your money at the bank
unwindings
is
of
sitting
the
in a
inevitable
separate fucking
bankruptcies
box
that will
somewhere with
occur
your name on it?
in this industry
Huh.
moving forward?
The principal issue that
You think the air
companies
you're
face
breathing
in
is
the
real?
crypto area, and it is from a technology perspective, it is different
Hoot
from
and
the other
howl.
bankruptcies because it is a
The government
you know,
has
and
been
it's
trying
not
to kill
not
the
a
physical
plane, not a
dollar for
boat.
decades.
It's you know it's crypto asset, and it has inherently some difficulties. The assets can be taken or lost. We have
Dave C. Fishing.
assets that are in
Cheers
what are
and
called
not
hot
tied
wallets,
yet.
and those are in cold wallets.
David C. Fishing
Hot wallets
is
are very
here.
vulnerable to hacking. Any looking on the internet, you'll find that hacking is almost ordinary course in this business sector. There are lots of vulnerability to the wallets. So that's this company, unfortunately, had a very, very challenging record here.
Here comes the volume spike that I told you was going to happen.
Some, transfers, there was no pathway for it. Our keys aren't stored in a centralized location. We don't know where all of our wallets are. Passwords were sometimes kept in.
Hey, it's top of the hour. It's time to smoke. No law regarding cannabis.
So,
Jimbo,
this
everybody.
company is sort of uniquely positioned
Cheers.
to fail.
Cheers, Dave C. Fishing, Hoot and Howl, everybody in the chat. Token Tony Z over there on Rumble. We got the chat from the YouTube and the Facebook and the Twitch and the Twitter
the storage
and the
of
D Live.
allowing
And Odyssey
multiple
is
users
watching
to
too.
set up
Cheers.
accounts,
I think we're
creating an
broadcasting to
environment
Odyssey.
where there's not a complete inventory of wallets.
Cheers packed.
You can learn some lessons from that. I mean, you need to have more controls, more discipline,
Cheers.
more centralized accounting functions, more oversight and management. That's not to say that things won't happen. The hacking might occur.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Ray. I have one more question, but I really appreciate that. We got to follow up on that because that's something for us to do. The other thing that I can't stop thinking about here is, again, 30-year-old gazillionaire, I get it, all sorts of attractive things. Some of the supposedly smartest money on the planet, venture capitalists who are paid tens of millions of dollars to invest money, and maybe I wouldn't care if it was just the money of the very wealthy, but they're investing pension money. You know, they're investing university endowments, companies like Lightspeed, Sequoia, Greylock, the best of the best invested in this. And you told us, you made a statement that this was the worst governance, the worst you had ever seen. Did you see any evidence of any appreciable due diligence on the part of these entities that gave Sam Bankman-Fried hundreds of millions of dollars?
Blind faith.
Yeah, I'm not aware of what these parties may have done in terms of their due diligence.
They had blind faith in that Sam Bankman-Fried guy.
Circumstances, but I don't know what they did internally to verify these investments. So obviously, only they know that.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Yield back.
Gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ray. Like everyone else, we're appreciative of you being here today and testifying.
Nice.
I'm going to start for my part with a series of quick
thanks.
questions that hopefully will
They're
assist
appreciating
this
his
investigation.
openness.
And then I want to move on to some additional points, time permitting. Mr. Ray, there were over 100 corporate entities within FTX Group. Some had boards of directors and others did not. Was there a group-level board of directors overseeing the entirety of FTX?
No, there was not.
Would you agree that it's a bad decision for a complex firm like FTX to not have a top-level board of directors?
Hello?
Do you have concerns about the concentration
That's what
of
I
power
said.
in a small group of inexperienced individuals with no oversight?
Yes.
I'm like a senator.
Did FTX.com have basic corporate functions like an accounting or human resource department?
Jiminy, didn't I say it before?
Was there a legal department at FTX.com?
You need to get those like.
Was there a compliance department?
There were people with titles.
Yeah, powdered wig.
Fair enough. And thank you. To assist the committee's investigation, would you agree that a financial firm the size of FTX needs accounting, human resources, legal, compliance, and risk departments to help prevent something like this from happening?
Oh shit, I'm sorry.
A strategic partnership. Last week, the Financial Times
moved
reported
my
on
mouse over.
Alameda's venture capital portfolio, which listed FTX Trading's $270 million investment into IEX as a, quote, acquisition.
There's the fucking volume
Did
spike I told you it was going to
FTX
come through.
acquire
There it is.
IEX?
Boom.
If not, what
Look
type
at
of
Ethereum.
investment did FTX Trading make into IEX?
Damn.
I
Wait
have
for
to get back to
Bitcoin.
the committee on that specific investment. I'm not sure that was completed.
Can you provide us with some information on it?
Absolutely, I can get back to you on the staff on that.
We know that Chair Gensler had more meetings with FTX than anyone else in the crypto industry. We understand that what was being negotiated was a framework for digital asset exchange registration and token registration with the SEC that would benefit both parties. It would expand the SEC's jurisdiction in exchange for the SEC's preferential treatment of FTX over other industry participants.
What?
We understand there was a lot of activity to move this idea forward, including the circulation of draft short-form disclosures that would enable filers to get tokens listed on this newly formed bespoke exchange. Mr. Ray, I know you're handicapped with the information you currently have obtained, but Chair Gensler refuses to answer our questions or testify before
We've
this
got
committee.
ETH right here,
Will
bro.
you commit to
The whole
sharing
show.
with this committee any internal
1324.
documents you come across
Bitcoin.
regarding communication between FTX
Ethereum.
and Mr. Gensler?
They just have
or
to stay
others at
above
the
these
SEC?
two numbers.
We'll fully cooperate.
And right now they are.
committee and the regulatory authorities.
They stay above those numbers, they're going to go up.
Again, specifically, I just want copies, this committee will want copies of those communications to the extent they exist.
Yeah, we can certainly work with your staff to get you what you need.
Thank you. And Mr. Ray, I appreciate you mentioning your concerns in the beginning of my questioning about the concentration of power in a small group of individuals with no oversight. That is the exact problem that open and permissionless technology like crypto and blockchain solve. It solves for the problems of centralization. You stated in your testimony that you've never seen such a, quote, utter failure of corporate controls at every level of an organization, from the lack of financial statements to a complete failure of any internal controls or governance whatsoever, close quote. FTX had disastrous or even non-existent systems for accounting, audit, cash management, cybersecurity, human resources, risk management, and other unacceptable management practices that currently make your job to uncover the facts quite difficult. Fortunately, the immutable characteristics of public blockchains that some people would care not to understand in this committee allowed the crypto community to reveal Sam Bankman-Fried's fraud, and the on-chain public record will assist law enforcement moving forward. I encourage my colleagues to understand Sam Bankman-Fried's con for what it is: a failure of centralization, a failure of business ethics, and a crime. It is not a failure of technology. I've worked across the aisle since I came to Congress, so the future of crypto reflects American values, the same way the internet does today. For the most engaged members of Congress on crypto policy, the FTX collapse reminds us of why we care so deeply about this technology. Decentralization is the point. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, who is also the vice chair of the Subcommittee on Investor Protection, Entrepreneurship, and Capital Markets, is recognized for 5 minutes.
5
Mr.
minutes.
Chair, and Mr. Ray, thank you so much.
Guy's
for
like
this.
17 years old.
I'm struck by a lot here, not least Mr. Perlmutter's comment that this is going to take a long time to untangle. Maybe your comment to Mr. Lucas that this is a paperless bankruptcy saves you time because you run out of paper, but I appreciate your service.
There you go.
A bunch of questions. One, I just want to clarify because it's all been implicit. All this bankruptcy is dollar denominated, correct? So as you go through to chase down values?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. I ask that because we've talked about commingling, we've talked about customer losses. There's been some public reporting suggesting that there may have been some inflation or misrepresentation of the value of FTT tokens. Is that, and I'm not asking you to opine on that right now, but to the extent there is some customer loss claimed from that, is that also one of the categories of losses you're going after?
Well, FTT, I'm sorry, was on the balance sheet of Alameda, and it certainly served as effectively sort of collateral, and it was largely controlled by Alameda, so it was a very illiquid token. It was effectively a token created, by the company itself with a limited float. So, inherent in the token itself was the illiquidity. And certainly the size of the position the company had in its own token, contributed to this problem.
It's self-inflated.
But if a customer were to buy that token at some value that because of its illiquidity could be manipulated, would the customer not effectively be sitting on, for lack of a better word, a Forex risk?
Well, there's certainly, all the crypto, like any asset, it has a certain volatility to it, and some are more volatile than others, and FTT was very volatile.
Sure, and I'm just, to the extent that the volatility is natural, it's fine. To the extent it's manipulated, it's separate. Let me move on because we're close on time. There's been, in a number of the public conversations that Sam Bankman-Fried has had, when asked about commingling, he often responds by talking about open margin positions. I want to just give you a chance to react to the difference between an open margin position and the commingling that you've observed.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly. I tried to follow some of what his statements were, and it was very, very hard to really understand what he was really trying to say. We do know that they had open margin positions at various times in Alameda, and Alameda was a customer, if you will, of the exchange, and it's through that customer relationship plus other arrangements that allowed Alameda to borrow those funds and then take positions on the exchange like anyone who would hedge an asset in the market.
The gentleman
hidden
from
usually large
Tennessee
positions,
wants
of
to give
course.
a rusty
And
mustache
sometimes
to
they
the
were wrong in
gentleman
those
from
positions and it
FTX.
resulted in big losses. But ultimately, the commingling issue is the same and a different issue. He took the money from FTX to cover those positions. And ultimately, when customers went to get their money back from .com, there was a run on the bank.
Okay. On November 12th, I guess just the second day, or the first day you were there,
yes,
there was a hacker who stole some $477 million worth of tokens from FTX. There was a November 29th interview with Mr. Bankman-Fried with Tiffany Fong when he said he's narrowed it down to like 8 people, quote. Have you had any discussions with him? Do you have any sense of where, do you have any more visibility since November 12th on that hack? Have you had conversations with him about who those 8 people might be? Is that, what's your, 477 million?
I've not had any conversations with him. We're relying on forensic and cybersecurity experts who are tracking the crypto. There's an open interface, so you can see, you can ultimately find where the crypto ends up. We've had law enforcement involved, so we're tracking it. I think we got all the help we need in that front.
Okay. As I get close on the end of my time here, so far it seems like most of the losses have been within these 4 silos, and I mean 2.7 million customers, whatever that means, is some exposure. Are you worried about any broader contagion? Are there broader contagion issues we should worry about from our perspective here? I mean, certainly other bankruptcies of the scale have spilled into other sectors.
Look, I think the industry, we've made a number of investments in the crypto sector. If you look at that portfolio of $5 billion, one of our major investments, top 20 investments were in the crypto sector.
Fixed Harmony won.
It's a very trying time for the crypto sector, and what I worry about is the impairment to that portfolio of $5 billion, because obviously that's a recovery pool for our customers.
He's hitting his hammer.
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Zeldin, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
He's like, ding,
Thank you.
ding,
Mr. Ray, I know you referenced earlier that you had not yet read Sam
He's no
Bankman-Fried's
Thor.
testimony that was prepared for today. I had a question that I wanted to ask, and I was going to read you something that he had included in his remarks. In late 2021, I believe that Alameda Research likely had a net asset value of substantially over $50 billion market to market. I believe that Alameda was likely leveraged long, perhaps about 1.1 times leverage. That is, it had corresponding assets for roughly 90% of its position, borrowing the remaining 10%. That was roughly 1/20th of the maximum leverage FT allowed and roughly 1/3 of the leverage assumed by the average FT margin trader. In early November 2022, over a 3-day period, the market value of assets that Alameda Research had held declined dramatically, I believe, by more than 50%. Have you yet seen any evidence of a market value drop in Alameda's assets before November 2022?
We haven't gone back to trace, the actual, to compare his statements with what actually happened in the marketplace. I mean, clearly there was volatility, a huge market drop in crypto over that 12-month period. So it wouldn't surprise me that, his leverage numbers changed, perhaps even dramatically during that time period. I think the problem at the heart of this is that, his positions, the collateral he had behind that, he didn't have the same auto liquidation provision that a margin account would normally have. You usually can't lose, if it's structured properly, you shouldn't be able to lose more than your collateral. Otherwise, the position closes out and there's no harm. And the brokerage firm, isn't, if it's a brokerage account, for example, it wouldn't be short cash. They wouldn't have to go out to get the money from you. You close out the position. None of that existed with the Alameda positions. They had almost a complete ability to lose money beyond their collateral.
Are you yet in a position to be able to describe, summarize the assets that Alameda had?
We do have an inventory of the investments we made. That's pretty clear. We've got those in the hands of our investment bankers at Perella. We're trying to understand those investments. Ultimately, we'll market those investments. You'll see this week that some of those investments will be put up for sale. The crypto assets, a little bit different. What's on the exchanges we can see. There's exchanges, about 24 exchanges across the world where we know we have crypto assets. They're in our name. We're securing those and are moving those into cold storage. We have, other positions in cold wallets and hot wallets. We've got visibility to that. The question really is, are there wallets that we don't know about? Certainly that is the potential, because the way this company is organized,
pizza's coming.
Wallets that don't have our names, we don't know where they are, and that's going to be a difficult task ahead of us. But what we can see and what we have visibility to, we're grabbing control over.
So we'll learn more this week.
We should learn more in the coming weeks.
Mr. Ray, you mentioned the documentation that you don't have earlier during your testimony. Can you share what documents you have uncovered with respect to the transfer of funds from FTX to Alameda?
It's voluminous. The record keeping, wasn't very clean in the company, but we should be able to trace the movement of crypto assets. I mean, inherently in the nature of the crypto, you should be able to see the movement and where it started and where it ended up. We'll obviously track, the banking information. We do have bank records. Sometimes we have to go right to the source, right to the bank to get historical records because they're not, in hand, if you will.
The historical documents.
And we'll be able to trace the sources of cash, how that cash was utilized to buy assets. Once we
you are our only hope.
From either transfer to other currencies or ultimate payment outside the company. So it's just a very intense forensic process, but we'll have the records ultimately to do that.
We'd be interested in receiving more detailed explanation of the documents that you have. And one last question, can you describe what documents you identified with respect to internal controls and governance?
Well, there isn't any, to speak of. I mean, the company is virtually void of any internal controls or documentation. Resolutions are absent. Authorizations approving massive loans, for example, the loans of the insiders. I haven't seen any resolutions approving those. When Sam Bankman-Fried signs,
he's hitting his little hammer,
and then he signs his own loan. That should tell you a lot right there.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks, who is also the chair of the House Committee on Foreign Affairs, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Ray, thank you for your testimony here today. And, if you've been a member of Congress as long as I have been, it just seems eerily it was you that had to take over Enron when I was sitting here at that particular time. And we were looking at that as being one of the biggest scandals that we've ever seen. And now, I believe in your testimony today, you said this may be even bigger.
This is the guy that took over Enron.
Is really concerning to me, particularly since I do believe that blockchain technologies have a role in fostering financial inclusion that facilitates cross-border transactions.
Boom!
But what we didn't have and what we don't have,
crypto's gonna explode. I'm telling you, man.
Against misuse.
We're going up, baby.
And as a result of that, I know I've been intricately involved.
They're like, look, we're going to regulate this. We're going to make it safer. We're going to stop you guys from ripping off your clients. But we think it's a good idea. And we're not going to fucking fight technology.
In your testimony,
so I'm excited. This is really, really good. I mean, anybody that ever doubted if crypto was going to, have longevity. Look no further than this testimony right here, man. Because if it survives this, it'll survive everything.
Of FTX. And do you believe there would have been an opportunity to change course if this defunct structure were identified early on?
Yes, I do. I think that the lack of an independent board was a critical aspect of the failure.
And also in New York State, there are capitalization requirements for licensee holders to have highly liquid capital to ensure that financial integrity and to protect against outside shocks. Now, in this instance, how would a capital requirement have changed the outcome of the FTX failure?
I'm not a regulatory expert. I mean, what I've set forth in my testimony is that I think it's
It'll be
important for
interesting
customer
to see
accounts to
which
be
coins
segregated
thrive.
and for there to be
Some have close
transparency
ties to
in
the
what people can
regulations
visualize in their
market, I've
account.
been told.
And they have, some strict rules relative to using customer assets. That's the extent of my, my views about the regulatory scheme. I defer to others, who are obviously more experienced on the regulatory side.
That's one of the issues that we're trying to deal here is how do we get the appropriate and the proper regulation so that we can make sure that individuals are protected.
Right? Didn't I just say this?
Do you know
Billy Valentine.
to what
Hey,
extent
Billy.
were
Let's
U.S.
make
persons
WFTs and
trading
sell them
on
to
the
these guys.
FTX
Worthless
exchange?
fucking
And do
tokens.
you believe that the controls
The new
were
penny
adequate
stocks.
in restricting access for U.S. persons because
WFTs, worthless fucking tokens.
was listed in the Chapter 11 bankruptcy. And despite it being publicly reported that the U.S. subsidiary was a stronger position than its parent because of the narrowed offerings and oversights, there still seems to be this direction toward U.S. Persons. So what do you think? Do you think that there should be, or the restricting access for U.S. persons or the controls were adequate?
Well, certainly there was a limited number of people that invested on the .com, which was not the intended use of that exchange. How that happened, obviously, we'll have to investigate, and where the breakdown was, internally in our controls that would have allowed that to happen.
So I'd like, at some point, I know you're not a regulatory expert, but to have a conversation with you about looking at some of the rules and the regulations that we put in place in the state of New York, because the debate that we have here at times is ceilings and floors and what would be appropriate to make sure that people are protected. You've already stated that FTX's lack of internal controls is unlike anything that you've ever seen in your career, and obviously has had a devastating impact on people who have trusted FTX with their savings and investments. I also chair the House Foreign Affairs Committee, and I'm also concerned that these internal failures could have led to sanction evasion and illegal transactions on FTX's platform at a time when
you
sanctions
can come down on
compliance
Larry David for doing commercials for FTX, but in the commercial, Larry David was going, doesn't sound like a good idea to me.
The helm at FTX.
That's what he was saying.
Trying to avoid sanctions.
Yeah, we're certainly investigating all the aspects of the failure, and as the coming weeks, we'll learn more, and I think we'll certainly be willing to, work with the committee to understand really what happened and share with you to the extent possible.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ray, thank you for being here today. Unfortunately, we aren't able to question Sam Bankman-Fried. I was looking forward to that, and however, I was concerned that you were going to testify first. I would have rather have had him testify first so we could qualify some of the statements that he may make with you, who's in the current position. However, since we've been in here,
Billy Valentine.
There's been a leak of what was to be his testimony.
Some cryptos are considered securities by the SEC, so they're regulated.
Did he just say that Sam Bankman-Fried's not going to show up?
In his testimony, he said if he had not been arrested ahead of today's hearings, that he alleges that FTX US has been and remains solvent and could pay off all of its customers tomorrow. Given the evidence you have and what you've gathered, is there any degree of truth to this claim?
We still have a hole in the
Hoot and
US,
how?
so it's, as we sit here
He
today,
said he
it is
wished
not
he'd had
solvent. It's
spoken
just
first, I
inaccurate.
believe.
And I'm not sure how would you even know that, quite honestly. So we're hopeful because the number of
so he is going to speak. Is he
the
there?
volume of trading.
Because I thought I heard him laughing in there
smaller
earlier.
than .com, somewhat driven by the number of withdrawals that took place before the bankruptcy on the U.S. silo. But right now we have a few $100 million of value. Again, you have to look at value as of say today.
Right.
Still missing. We haven't ultimately though found all the keys to the wallets. As we find and open those wallets, hopefully we'll be able to find more assets. And if we can attribute those to the U.S. silo, certainly there's a pathway to recovery there. So, really, the case isn't closed yet.
It's like they want to just hold on to their, their clients' money so bad.
To make a determination such as
look at him.
So there is.
He even looks like he's like hoarding it all.
Oh,
you can't have your money. It's ours. It's not yours.
So I guess that would be the reason why.
I hate that
all
shit.
the assets
Give us
in
our
those
crypto
wallets
back.
have been frozen on
You
the
lied
US
to us.
side.
You ripped us
My follow-up
off.
question would
Give
be
us
that
our
they
crypto
are.
back. All
I'll
right,
solve
it was
why
you
would
guys.
we freeze those,
Okay, it was you guys.
and
Why do you guys get to
along
be the
with that,
custodians of our
is
money
there any
still?
evidence of commingling
Why are you
of
making
funds
the decisions about
between
our money?
.com, FTX
Kaliana,
US,
87.
or Alameda, or any of the three.
Cuff the ads. I'm sorry, that's Twitch.
I can't give you a clear answer on that today.
You go to Rumble, Rumble.
Look where the source is.
Nays Garden is at Rumble. You
we'll
could go
have an
to
answer for you, but
YouTube.
it's just much
Nays
too
Garden
early.
is at YouTube.
I appreciate that,
There's
but
no
summarizing,
advertisements. If you use
not
AdBlocker
evidence
Plus,
now that
AdBlocker
his
Plus
statement
Plus,
would be true.
AdBlocker
They know we
Plus.
always drink coffee here.
Clearly not.
Okay. And something else that he did previously, he stated that the Bahamian regulator, he gave the Bahamian regulators a one-day advance warning
probably
to
were shopping
allow,
online for coffee
investors
recently.
in the Bahamas to withdraw their funds. No one else outside the Bahamas was able to withdraw funds before the bankruptcy was filed. Mr. Freed said that he allowed the
Kaliana,
withdrawals
87.
because, quote, it was critical to
You
the
know it.
exchange to be able to have a future because that's where I am right now. And you do not want to be in a country with a lot of angry
Dave
people
Sea
in it.
Fishing.
Is
Halls.
this explanation accurate?
Well, here's what we know. I mean, I can't speak to his words. What we do know is the liquidation proceeding in the Bahamas was filed effectively 24 hours before our Chapter 11 proceeding. During that time period, and we've documented this in our court filings as of last night, the accounts were unfrozen just in the Bahamas. Over $100 million was released to approximately 1,500 customers in the Bahamas.
Did you say 15 million or 15
100 million.
100 million.
To 1,500 customers approximately. Okay. These are approximate numbers.
Okay.
And then the door was closed about the time of our Chapter 11 filing. And there were communications between Mr. Beckman-Fried and the Bahamian government specifically related to this leakage of
Kaliana,
So
87.
Mr. Freed would have known that the
I don't
bankruptcy
want to talk
filing
too
was
much, interrupt
imminent.
this guy, but what you
When he
smoking
did
on
this,
today?
He was certainly in discussions with his counsel, who was in discussions with the debtors' counsel.
All right.
Gorilla
See,
Glue.
my time is quickly running out.
Let me
Thank
pack
you
some.
Thanks
for asking.
For what you're doing and trying
'Cause
to
I'm ready.
recover what assets we can. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I got to de-seed it really fast.
The gentleman from New Jersey,
De-stem
Mr.
it, too.
Gottheimer, who is also the vice chair of the subcommittee on national security, national development, and monetary policy, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
No seed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for convening this hearing.
Dave Sea Fishing.
Since 2019, I have
Mimosa.
raised concern about the Securities and Exchange
Kaliana,
Commission's
87.
approach to digital assets.
Nice.
SEC Chairman Gensler has repeatedly claimed that most cryptocurrencies are covered by existing securities laws. Despite that, the SEC has not proposed a single rule to create guardrails for digital assets and has done a haphazard job of overseeing the space.
I
There's
may have
always
found
been
a
a lack
seed.
of certainty and clear rules of the road, and we are seeing the impact of that front and center today. They
Dave
failed to
Sea
do their
Fishing.
job, and they failed to protect consumers, in
I
my
hate
opinion.
when people
I've been
grind
calling
up,
on with other
but
members
with the
on
STEM
financial regulators to
WTF,
step up
is that
and create
LOL?
clear
No.
guardrails for digital assets. Nearly a year ago, I drafted the Stablecoin
With the
Innovation
STEM?
Protection Act.
Oh, no, STEM's
to create
better.
tough consumer protections and prevent destabilizing runs like we saw with the so-called stablecoin Terra that failed earlier this
Just
year.
take a bunch of
I also
stems and
invited
smoke it and see
Chairman
what it's
Ross
like.
and Mayhem
No, I guess
to
there
my
wasn't a
district
seed. It
to
felt
discuss
like
the
it.
clear regulatory steps
So
the
maybe a
CFTC
seed
could
pod.
take to better protect consumers and prevent thieves and snake oil salesmen from ripping off Americans with worthless digital
Okay.
assets.
I'm okay.
I've consistently been engaging with all market participants associated
All right,
with
Caliana, no law regarding cannabis. Jimbo, no law regarding cannabis.
Instead of writing clear rules and guidelines for digital asset firms,
Cheers,
however,
everybody.
the SEC has created a patchwork of ad hoc policies.
Dave
for
C.
crypto
Fishing,
firms purely to
Caliana, we got it over here. Notlin and Token Tony Z in the chat on Rumble.
You can't regulate through a random patchwork of letters. You have to write clear rules of the road, which is what I've been calling on for years now. Chairman Gensler has told our committee and stated publicly that he has the authority he needs to oversee this industry. Yet the SEC hasn't written rules
and has failed to foresee and prevent disasters in the industry and protect consumers from Terra Luna to FTX. It's time for the SEC to step up and do its job, or another regulator should take the lead. Mr. Ray, thank you for being here. Do you think U.S. financial regulators would have been satisfied with the accounting and risk mitigation practices that were in place at FTX International to prevent its failure from spilling over to FTX US and American investors?
As I said on the record, I can't, speak to what the
Yeah.
regulatory fix is here. Obviously, oversight is needed. Obviously, we have customers have to have control over their accounts, and clearly there's some needs here. I can't really specify what they might be, and I leave that to the committee to obviously work with the agencies to.
FTX's group's U.S.-based crypto derivatives and clearing platform LedgerX, that has been overseen by the CFTC since 2017, was not included in FTX's wider bankruptcy filing, and according to your initial review of the situation, LedgerX is still solvent. During his testimony before the Senate Agriculture Committee last week, Chairman Benham argued that it was the oversight of his agency that ensured LedgerX was insulated from the failure of other FTX firms. From what you've seen, what protected LedgerX from the failures of the broader FTX ecosystem, and what could U.S. regulators, including the SEC, have done to protect Americans using FTX US?
Certainly, we believe LedgerX, it is a regulated entity and it is solvent, and the customer accounts are segregated, and obviously that goes a long way to protecting customers.
Do you believe that Mr. Bankman-Fried, when he says that all FTX US users will receive a $1 on the dollar return of funds at the end of these bankruptcy proceedings?
That's very speculative at this point.
What are some of the biggest questions you still have for Mr. Bankman-Fried and his associates, now that you've been through this for some period?
I think the questions we have are not necessarily questions for Mr. Fried. The questions we have are, where are the assets? How we locate those assets? It's a mining exercise at this point, and look, at the end of the day, we're not going to be able to recover all the losses here. Right? Money was spent that we'll never get back. There will be losses on the international side. We're hopeful on the U.S. side. He'll answer to others related to what happened here. Our job is just to find the assets and try to get customers their money back as quickly as possible.
When do you expect that to be?
It's these bankruptcies take time. The assets will take time to locate.
You've already got $1 billion. Distribute them.
Will take months, not weeks.
Start distributing it.
We try to do this in the most expeditious way possible.
Thank you for being here. I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Ray, thanks for what you're doing to recover funds that are missing, and for helping us trail to find out, what happened. I think a lot of people look at your initial statements and you say, we know the following. First, customer assets from FTX.com were commingled with assets from the Alameda trading platform. Second, Alameda used funds to engage in margin trading, which exposed customer funds to massive losses. Based on your review of the records, is the transfer of customer funds from FTX.com to Alameda Research in conflict with the FTX.com terms of service?
Yes, that's my view.
Right, so they claim that they weren't supposed to be able to trade those funds, and clearly they traded those funds.
I think that
they violated their own terms of service.
What you may be hearing is that
you think,
unlike generally customer accounts, the Alameda account had no trading limitations, so virtually unlimited positions.
I wouldn't be surprised if somewhere in the terms of service says we can violate the terms of service anytime we want.
Where did the cash go?
Well, sometimes the money wasn't deposited in the FTX account; it was sent to Alameda to begin with. So
it was misdirected from the start, straight to Alameda.
There was certainly some time period where there's no bank account at .com, and then ultimately, if you look at the structure of this, Alameda was essentially a customer on that .com exchange.
Now you're an inside cat.
And effectively, borrowed money from, or just transferred money from FTX customers to take its own positions on the Alameda hedge fund.
Right, so at times it was just going straight to Alameda. At other times, did you
Carliana,
uncover a
87.
path where there was some sort of settlement, like in
LUL,
stocks, where
Husto
there's
6
T+2, where there was settlement back and forth between FTX and Alameda?
Ultimately, when we look at this, I mean, there's going to be, I'm sure thousands and thousands of trades, right? So we're going to have to go back and do a very detailed analysis about every single.
But they didn't have a structured settlement framework at all in any of their software or accounting systems?
It doesn't appear so, no.
Okay, and have you ever done bankruptcies where you had to deal with custody of stocks?
Yes.
Yeah, so, obviously there you settle, clearly you own shares or you don't own shares. You take custody of the shares normally after a 2-day settlement period. There's a netting period where firms that trade in these net out and settle the position at the end of the day. It doesn't seem any of this kind of thing existed for FTX.
That's one of the findings. There was no reconciliation of the ledger on a day-to-day basis.
Was there anything that have you detected a point in time where the assets...
The guy's name next to him is Mr. Bud.
Hand
I love it. Mr. Bud.
The amount of customer deposits.
Nice.
Mr. Bud.
We have to go back and look at that. I mean, we're looking at a timeline. We're going to have to back up from the petition date. My guess would be you'd have to back up for more than a year, and then we'll look at, on a day-to-day basis. Again, they didn't reconcile ledger on a day-to-day basis. We've got to now do that to find the answer to your question.
Okay, so custody
Mr.
really seems to be one of the
Bud.
big things here. Clearly, they didn't have.
What's
a way
up,
to
Mister? You got some
reconcile
buds there,
custody
Mr.
between
Bud?
half of their
Mr.
customers.
Bud.
But sometimes when people were saying, "Oh, I don't know about
Aflac,
this.
and gold.
Maybe I'm going to take my funds out." Let's say somebody bought Bitcoin and now they want to exit with custody of Bitcoin and have self-custody. Is that the point in time when FTX or some combination of these entities acquired the Bitcoin so that they could deliver what the customer was requesting?
Well, there's a certain amount of liquidity at a point in time. I think the problem happened when there was effectively a run on the bank and there was just less assets there than the depositors effectively would have required to be drawn out. Underscoring that is a commingling of those assets, even amongst the customers
Commingling is the word of
Which
the
is really
day.
one pot
Don't
of
be
crypto,
caught
if you will.
commingling your funds.
Okay, so no control, no
Those
custody.
funds are really
And the
commingling
only
right
real
now.
safeguard the individual consumer had as this was unwinding was the hope that they could somehow be one of the lucky people that decided to say, I'm going to take possession and self-custody my own digital asset. Those people, if they've exited and they have custody of the assets, are their assets now safe?
Well, you're exactly on point. I mean, if we could all be as lucky as the Bahamian customers who got the money out.
All right, thank you. My time's expired. I yield.
The gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley, who is also the vice chair of the Subcommittee on Consumer Protection and Financial Institutions, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
The gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair,
The
and thank
gentleman,
you
Ms.
to
Presley.
Chairwoman for making this hearing an absolute priority. Due to the collapse of the cryptocurrency exchange FTX, over 1 million people have not been made whole, including consumers in my district, the Massachusetts 7th. Now, Mr. Ray, in a bankruptcy filing a few weeks ago, you stated, quote, "Never in my career have I seen such a complete failure of corporate controls and such a complete absence of trustworthy financial information as occurred here," end quote. So that we can continue to get a better sight line into this failure. Can you elaborate on the internal failures and the inadequate policies that occurred at FTX leading to the collapse?
It's virtually, unlimited in terms of the lack of controls. No centralized records on banking, no daily reconciliations of crypto assets, silos where there's no insurance, inadequate insurance, no independent board, no safeguards that limit who controls an asset. So senior management literally could get access to any of the accounts in any of the silos. No separateness between customer money and other customer money or other assets. It's virtually unlimited in terms of the lack of controls. And that's really the the point of the unprecedented comment. I've just never seen anything like it in all 40 years of doing restructuring work and corporate legal work. It's just a dearth of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ray, for enumerating that for the purposes of the record, to better understand the depth of the incompetence here. And again, really just egregious and really criminal. Can you tell us how customer funds were handled at FTX, including the exact amount that FTX misused?
We don't have
what that number is.
We don't have totals today on the losses. I mean, we do know that the customer funds kind of existed effectively in a pool. We're going to have to do an accounting, a tracing analysis to really determine the number of customers affected. Right now, we have the number of accounts, but again, users had multiple accounts. For example, if they had a different trading position, they may have opened multiple accounts. We know it's a big number. It's in the millions on the customer accounts, and we know it's several $billion in losses. Assigning those losses to customer accounts will be our next challenge.
And I saw one report that was putting it at about $8 billion. In light of what is FTX's plan to make sure that every single dollar that was misused is returned to the customers, do you have an estimate of the amount of funds that FTX will actually be able to repay?
You know, not at this stage. I mean, the one thing that I want to express to the committee is that, you know, every day we find more assets, we unlock more assets. We find, you know, keys that we can then unlock wallets, and then we assign those to the proper silos. So every day we're more encouraged, but clearly, you know, we anticipate, you know, some massive losses here. We're just too early right now to speculate what that would be. And hopefully, you know, in the coming weeks, we will get a better handle on that and obviously make more information available to the public. The one thing about the bankruptcy process, which should be comforting to the committee, is that there's absolute transparency and disclosure in that. There's reporting in the bankruptcy process. So everyone will know every step of the way exactly what's happening in this bankruptcy.
Thank you. Without question, this collapse has been devastating to people across the globe, my constituents in the Mass 7th included, which is why it really is essential that we understand the anatomy of this collapse so that we can not only ensure that they are made whole, that we are mitigating the damage caused here, maximizing the value that is returned to customers, but that we ensure with stringent regulations and procedures in place that this does not happen in the future. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, and I yield back.
Gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Budd, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
So the story of FTX is a story as old as time. What FTX engaged in, it's fraud, plain and simple.
Hoot and howl.
Sam
That's
Bankman-Fried
lucky.
lied to investors. He violated his own terms of service. He knowingly and improperly loaned $10 billion in customer funds to from FTX to his own hedge fund. This is the stuff that would make Bernie Sanders cringe. Mr. Bankman-Fried is right where he belongs, arrested for fraud. And from where I sit, the number one priority right now is to make each and every investor financially whole. So thank you, Mr. Ray, for being here, for your efforts, and for lending your expertise today. So the bankruptcy filing, it notes several unacceptable practices, like the use of software to conceal the misuse of customer funds and Alameda's secret exemption from certain aspects of FTX.com's auto liquidation protocol. So can you expand on these practices and what more you've
Hoot
learned
and
since
howl.
the bankruptcy filing?
Kinda weird to bring
The
Sanders
basic
into this.
concept is that Alameda was able to borrow on an unlimited basis or transfer. I'm not sure I would describe it. You know, borrowing is almost a technical term. So transfer of assets, borrowing of assets on an unlimited basis, which then it was allowed to take massive positions with other people's money. And because they had no auto liquidation feature, ultimately those losses could exceed the value of that account. So that's essentially what happened in a nutshell.
Thank you. So another question, if FTX.com were domiciled here in the US, do you think the outcome would have been the same?
You know, the extent of the lack of, of controls, in the way this business was operated, I don't think it would matter where this company was located.
So here's really what I'm getting at. So I've been a longtime supporter of both blockchain technology and the digital asset industry. I view them as uniquely American innovations that have the potential to help and revolutionize financial services. But what happened at FTX was fraud on a massive scale, not unlike other scams throughout our country's history. The head of FTX should be dealt with in the same way that other disgraced leaders of Enron, prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. So what I want to protect is innovation, and we want to see it flourish right here on our shores under proper regulatory oversight. So it's clear now more than ever that regulatory ambiguity coupled with a practice of regulation by enforcement used by agencies like the SEC, it's led to companies moving offshore, where they're often out of reach of proper American oversight, which puts all investors at risk of another FTX-type scam. So what we need is for Congress to take the lead and establish clear rules for this industry.
That's good news to an extent.
From the very beginning of my time in Congress, I've introduced and supported countless bills that would do just that. And it's my hope that we can finally work together to establish these rules to protect U.S. investors and the future of American innovation. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To read the bankruptcy filing, one gets the impression that FTX had the corporate governance of a college fraternity. In the bankruptcy filing, you note that decisions about the disbursement of funds were made via an online chat with personalized emojis. And it seems to me corporate governance by emoji sounds like a recipe for the misuse of funds. During the New York Times Deal Book interview, Sam Bankman-Fried said that FTX and Alameda were, if not in intention, in effect, tied together more substantially than I wanted it to be. And Mr. Bankman-Fried speaks as if the conflict of interest came as a shock to him, as if it arose by accident or by mistake rather than by design. But it seems to me that Mr. Bankman-Fried set up a mutually beneficial relationship between Alameda and FTX. He would use Alameda as a market maker to generate liquidity and trading revenues for FTX, and then use FTX as a lender to generate leverage for Alameda. And that incestuous relationship was neither accidental nor incidental. That incestuous relationship was central to the crypto empire that Mr. Bankman-Fried built. Do you agree with that analysis? Or?
I can't take any exception to what he said.
And so do you think that Mr. Bankman-Fried knew or should have known that the conflict of interest would foreseeably culminate in the commingling of customer funds?
I certainly think he should have known his actions would result in the circumstances that we now find ourselves in. Absolutely.
When FTX was seeking a bailout, FTX circulated to investors a balance sheet whose largest assets were tokens that FTX itself had invented. The largest asset on the balance sheet were $2.2 billion in Serum tokens. The Serum token is a creation of FTX. And needless to say, the value of a Serum token depends on the value of FTX as a company. If FTX collapses, the token is worthless. It becomes no different from monopoly money. Do you agree that there's something fundamentally fraudulent about the practice of counting your own tokens as assets on your balance sheet?
Well, clearly, because of the way the token is created and the liquidity, it's a very very risky position to use your own asset effectively as collateral.
When I think of an asset, I think of something that has value independently of the company. Just like a corporation would not count its own stock as an asset, it seems to me no crypto company should count its own tokens as an asset, because if the company collapses, so does the token.
Well, in terms of tokens generally, I'm not really making a judgment about homegrown tokens. They're certainly out there in the marketplace. They trade. Limitations on the use of your own assets as collateral certainly seems inherently risky, and I suspect the customers themselves didn't realize that. So those are at least two problems.
FTX reportedly holds $900 million in liquid assets against $9 billion in liabilities. These are based on media reports. And it's been reported of the liquid assets, the largest among them is about $500 million in Robinhood stock, According to the Financial Times, the Robinhood shares are controlled by a foreign entity called Emergent Entity, which is said to be personally controlled by Sam Bankman-Fried. So the largest liquid asset, the Robinhood stocks, who controls it? Is it you as the FTX CEO or Sam Bankman-Fried?
Sam Bankman-Fried does not control that asset. That's an asset of the estate.
During the New York Times DealBook interview, Mr. Bankman-Fried said that he knew
Pollyanna,
that there was
87.
a problem on November 6th,
This is
yet
giving me
despite
Bernie
knowing
Madoff
what he
vibes.
knew on November
Ponzi scheme,
6th,
it was.
on November
Billy
7th,
Thornton.
he proceeded to tweet
Is
the
there
following
any
statement,
updates on
quote,
SBF
FTX has
if
enough
they flew him back
to
to the
cover
United
all
States yet?
client holdings.
Can't really find information on his whereabouts.
I don't know if he's sitting inside that freaking chamber getting ready to
Was he
testify.
telling the
I don't
truth or
know.
was he lying?
I can't, I don't want to give the dignity to his
He could have been
comments.
flying here overnight.
He also said that he had $10 billion to invest in the company that day, so.
Well, let me ask the question differently. At that time, when he sent out the tweet, leading the public to believe
All
that we
the
have enough to
crypto
cover
is
all client
dropping right
holdings,
now. It's interesting.
did FTX actually have enough liquidity, enough
free
assets
fall.
to cover their liabilities?
Absolutely not.
So that statement was false.
Yes.
I hope it stops.
And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Gonzalez, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ray. I want to start with Alameda and some of the loans. So Alameda took out loans from various counterparties, is that correct? Not just FTX?
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, were any of those loans called?
You know, we're going through the corporate history of what was repaid, and some of those loans, in fact, I think were repaid, but they had counterparty positions with a lot of those companies as well.
It's overcast.
To your knowledge, were customer funds transferred from FTX to Alameda for the purposes of paying off called loans?
That's certainly possible. I mean, we need to investigate that further, but that's certainly one of the paths that we would potentially find.
Thank you. And then in your testimony, you described the use of computer infrastructure that gave individuals in senior management access to systems. I'll term this the backdoor, the quote backdoor that we've heard about. One of the things that Sam Bankman-Fried has said is he had no knowledge of commingling of funds. He said that multiple times. That backdoor, which you've said allowed for unlimited access of Alameda, essentially unlimited access into the FTX customer accounts to fund their investments. In your eyes, is there any way that Sam Bankman-Fried or senior management wouldn't know about this sort of thing?
No.
Thank you.
Of course
not. Now shifting towards the goal of the bankruptcy proceeding, which is to find the assets and return those assets ASAP. I think that's the goal that we all share. Part of that, of course, is having the data and
Billy
a paper
Valentine.
trail that will allow you to
What's up with the
recreate
lasagna
transaction
of
histories,
washcloths
figure out
on the
where
arm of the
assets
chair?
are so you can actually go get them. How would you characterize the quality of the record keeping at FTX and Alameda?
Well, ultimately, we hope, the raw data is there, and through the expertise that we have, we will be able to assemble it. It'll be time consuming because it's raw data. The jumpstart you normally have in companies, we just don't have. So we're starting in their zero.
That's what's up.
Do you have any evidence that suggests that data was willfully destroyed prior to your arrival in the company?
Billy Bond
We have imaged the Slack
lasagna.
environment that the company had, but we are aware that
Billy
there were certain forms
Valentine.
of communications with disappearing messaging. So there's obviously risk of loss there.
They were using disappearing messaging,
Um,
like Snapchat type shit.
One of the things in Mr. Bankman-Fried's testimony that has, I guess, leaked, that wasn't submitted, is he spends a considerable amount of time talking about Binance and how Binance effectively created a run on the bank, suggesting that, had that not occurred, FTX was solvent and would have been just fine. Prior to that episode, is your belief that FTX was solvent?
No.
I didn't think so either.
about to
That's
hit
pretty
the
much all I have for questions. The one
Bollinger
final
Band
thing I'll
here.
note, also in that testimony, there's some accountability, which is of course good, but then there's a lot of excuse making.
17.6 is the Bollinger Band.
In fact, many of us are
So we
still
should
missing
bounce
access
back
to
up
our own
right here,
personal
guys.
data,
This should be
which
it.
is being held hostage by the Chapter 11
Even a
team's
little under
leadership.
600.
I would
It'd be
note that's
okay.
what happens in life when you perpetrate a massive fraud and steal billions of dollars from your customers. You lose your freedom and you lose access to a whole bunch of things that otherwise you wish you would have. So just a simple reminder for everybody that that's what happens. Final question, actually, I do have one minute left. You've mentioned the $100 million that was transferred to 1,500 Bahamian accounts prior to the bankruptcy. I'm not going to ask you to say this is exactly what happened, but what does your sort of spidey sense say about what might have gone on there? It's awfully suspicious.
Obviously, it's alarming. In my job, I try to keep focused on one thing: follow the money. So we'll see. We'll investigate who received that money and what the circumstances were.
Well, thank you, and thank you again for being here. I wish you luck in tracking down all the customer funds, making sure they're returned to their rightful owners. And thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Talib, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Chairwoman. You know, Mr. Ray, I really appreciate you coming
Billy
here.
Bong Thornton.
You know, one of the things that kind of
They're
stood out for
hinting
me
that
is
they're going to make sure Sam never sees the
how
light
much
of day again.
FTX spent on celebrity endorsements and arena naming rights, really targeting residents like myself and others, in my community. Naming rights of the Miami Heat arena, I think you all spent like $135 million. NFT partnerships with the Golden State Warriors and Washington Capitals. I think $210 million sponsorship of the Mercedes. I don't know, it's some little long line here. Endorsements and ads with Tom Brady, Naomi, Stephen Curry, Larry David. It goes on and on. Do you know the total amount of FTX, how much they spent on sport endorsements and arena naming rights?
We don't have a full tally of that because it's just an accumulation of data.
Do you know if you all spent more on FTX versus FTX.us?
I don't have a breakdown for you, and I can't tell you how much was paid in crypto versus cash.
When you all ran that TV during the Super Bowl, I think you doubled the number of U.S. users. Is that true?
I don't have data on that.
Do you think it's financially responsible that he's spending hundreds of millions of dollars on these kinds of sponsorships and quote unquote partnerships while they were unable to cover the customer deposits?
No.
Personally, it sounds a lot like, Houston Astros playing at Enron Park. I represent the third poorest congressional district, Mr. Ray. This really impacts everyday folks like my residents who were really targeted by a lot of those ads. The crypto industry has spent millions on this marketing. And, one of the things I read, which was really taken aback, and I know Madam Chair might have heard, but, the Ontario teachers pension had to write off $95 million. These are teachers. And the consequences of the crypto collapse on everyday people is something that doesn't get discussed enough. And understanding why accountability and oversight is important. That's why I really appreciate the chairwoman doing this hearing. The idea that cryptocurrency can be a solution for financial inclusion is not only laughable, it's dangerous, Mr. Ray. These quick rich kind of ads and targeting my residents, it is predatory. And quote my friend, Senator Warren, it's bullshit. And let me talk about that BS a little bit. The role of exchange tokens in the crypto industry's business model, it's reported that Media held billions in, illiquid at the FTT, and then FTTX's own exchange token. Meanwhile, FTX's own website stated that FTT was the backbone of FTX's ecosystem. I know, you're rolling your eyes. I don't know if anybody can see it. But the price of FTT traded in the high 70s over the summer. But by the start of November, it hovered, I think, around $20. And then the collapse in value triggered a so-called a bank run-like situation. And then right now, FTT is, I think, valued at just over $1 per token. Is that
Billy
correct?
Ballantyne.
Clearly, FTX
More
had an
baseball
interest in
references.
inflating the value of their
And
own
she said a
token
bad word.
and ensure
Shame, know your
seems
name.
in hindsight that
Shame,
FTX would
know
be
your
propped
name.
up by monopoly money. Is that correct?
There may be a pattern there, yes.
Mr. Ray, have you discussed in length how FTX.com is siloed from FTX.us and FTX.us users?
Well, structurally, they are. They do share
Billy
a
Bong
common
Thornton.
environment.
Wouldn't
the
surprise me
AWS
if
system.
SBF never
Can
makes it to a courtroom.
FTX.us
I'm placing bets he
users,
gets
though,
Epstein.
could they trade with FTT? Is that?
On their particular exchange, which would be the FTX US exchange, yes.
So can you describe how FTT's collapse and value has affected FTX.US
Bitcoin hit the
silo
Bollinger
and how it's
Band and
affected
bounced
US
back up, everybody.
customers' residents' ability to recover their funds?
So did everything else.
We don't have a full accounting of what crypto assets are within each silo that back up those customer
great
accounts.
sign. It
We need
retested it,
we
and
need
it's
to
going back up.
accumulate the full value of the collateral, and then we'll, obviously look at what type of crypto is there, and that'll be an exercise we'll have to go through.
Can you explain like this whole thing around FTX's overall reliance on digital token that they control, mint, and have vested interest in manipulating the value of? That's something that I hope we dig deeper into.
I've seen stories about that and I've read quite a bit about it. I mean, we have not done a full investigation into what was going on in the marketplace relative to the various tokens. I know that's of particular interest to the regulatory community. Some of this may have played into what happened in terms of the downfall of FTX and other crypto companies. So it's certainly something we're going to investigate.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Waters, and I want to also thank Ranking Member McHenry for holding this hearing. And thank you to our witness, Mr. John Ray, for lending his expertise to this committee to examine the collapse of FTX. Mismanagement of funds, the use of complex margin, and collateralization of certain digital assets, and of course, alleged fraud. The timing of the events of the last 12 hours is certainly interesting. As a recovering attorney, it makes me wonder why a prosecutor wouldn't want to potentially add lying to Congress to accompany the list of charges against Mr. Bankman-Fried. It also makes me wonder why the SEC waited until today to file its own charges. Frankly, Chair Gensler has failed at his job, and worst of all, he has failed to protect investors, which is one of the key components of the SEC's tripartite mission. Similarly, while he has been asleep at the wheel, the Democratic majority has failed to have him to testify before this committee for over 14 months, which I believe is a disservice to investors. I hope that in a few weeks that we in the new Republican majority will finally start to hold the Biden administration accountable for their failures. Now, I see my time is limited, so I will dive right into my questions. Mr. Ray, it is my understanding that FTX and Alameda hold a number of digital assets, including more than 30 billion of Tether USDT. Can you describe the efforts that you're taking to ensure that unwinding FTX in the bankruptcy proceeding won't cause unnecessary negative impacts to these digital asset markets?
At this stage, what we're doing is sequestering those assets into cold storage and securing those. We have not embarked on any sort of liquidation process related to those
Dave
crypto
C.
assets.
Fishing. This is live.
When it comes time to look at the ultimate distribution of those assets, whether it's in cash or in kind.
Billy Bong Thornton.
Obviously, we'll be instituting every procedure and process in place to make sure that there's no depreciation of the value of what we're distributing. Our goal is to maximize the value to customers.
Thank you. Mr. Ray, you have said that, among other things, Alameda and FTX used customer funds to make investments in a variety of businesses and ventures. Have you seen any documents suggesting that the recipients of those investments did any due diligence as to the source of funds being used by FTX and Alameda?
Why would
I've
they?
not personally seen any
They had an
documentation,
impeccable
relative to
reputation,
other
man.
parties' due diligence.
Fucking Larry David was doing Super Bowl advertisements for them.
But we certainly haven't found
Billy
anything.
Bong Thornton. I hope Gary
On
gets
the flip
removed
side,
from
have
his
you
position.
seen any
He has a
indication as
role
to
in
whether
this.
adequate due diligence by FTX's institutional investors would have raised red flags?
You know, I don't know what work they did.
Billy Bong
Obviously,
Thornton.
they found themselves in a fairly grave
F.
position.
Gary, that little Weasley
I
snake.
don't know what due diligence they may have done. It's hard for me to answer that.
Is there any indication as to whether any potential investors before the events in November took a pass on investing after taking a hard look at FTX?
Again, I'm not really privy to what due diligence people may have done.
Oh my God, I had one slice of pizza and I'm full.
So I, from owning a company myself and both responding to due diligence requests and making them as we looked at companies, we kept significant records of the due diligence, both that we requested and that we responded to. Are you seeing evidence that any such records were being kept by FTX?
Not that I'm aware. Again, you know, part of my testimony is that the company's record keeping was very minimal. You know, even as to some of the investments, we don't even have the complete transactional documents that govern the investment itself. So I think that speaks somewhat for your question.
And again, just to give you a chance to reiterate, you, from all of your experience throughout your career, you find that to be remarkable. I would take it.
Yeah, truly remarkable.
Well, thank you again for being with us today. And Chairman, thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Adams, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ranking Member McHenry, for hosting the hearing today. And to you, Mr. Ray, thank you for being here. Mr. Ray, judging by the reaction of my colleagues, it's clear how frustrated we are, especially given your testimony where you state that you had never seen such an utter failure of corporate controls at every level of an organization. So, Mr. Ray, my question, my colleagues and I have asked repeatedly about your efforts to recover customers' assets, and you've told us today it'll take some time. But you're the expert here. Do you genuinely believe that these customers are ever going to get their money back?
At least they're looking out for the people.
Well, certainly, we're working hard to cover all of the assets and to sequester those for ultimate return to customers. It's obviously a challenge. It's a massive loss. It's very speculative right now what that recovery will be. It's too early to tell what the ultimate recovery will.
This is where
will be to each particular customer.
Billy Ballantyne.
At some point, we'll obviously
She said
know that,
frustrated.
obviously to maximize
Idiocracy moment.
Well, okay, it doesn't sound like you really think they're going to get their money back. But let me, do you think that some of the losses suffered by these investors are simply a result of the nature of investment and risk-taking in the market, or was this fraud?
Well, certainly, I think the way the company operated lended itself to materially risky losses, positions. Clearly a better run company would have had controls and procedures in place to avoid losses.
Okay, thank you, sir. Let me revisit the quote from your testimony. I want you to touch on the quality of FTX's bookkeeping. Was there a discrepancy between what it disclosed to its investors versus what was going on in the company internally?
Oh, yeah.
And can you provide an update on your efforts to fill those gaps?
For sure.
Well, the quality of the record keeping was very poor in the company. We still don't have complete financial statements.
That's
for every
not
one
the
of
question,
entities.
bro.
We're going back and
We don't care about the
rebuilding
quality.
those
We're
right
saying,
now.
was it different than what how you were
processes
representing it to your customers?
Have a beginning entry with our assets and cash and our liabilities, and we'll do that on an entity by entity basis. In the coming months, through the bankruptcy process, there'll be disclosures about the financial status of every one of the entities, but that's a process that will build out over the next 4 months.
So in your testimony, you discussed the existence of a computer infrastructure that gave senior management personnel access,
Right, we
personal
already talked about
access
this.
to customer
Jiminy,
funds and
remember I
security
said,
controls.
when's the
So
right time to
can you
invest in
describe
crypto?
examples
It's
of
right
the
now.
misuse of
This is
customer
that
funds
moment
that
when it's
took
going to
place
start going
as a
up.
result of these vulnerabilities?
Yeah.
Well, the main misuse is just simply taking customer funds and using it for other purposes. I mean, obviously, there's investments made, payments made, expenditures that were made with customer funds, and then obviously trading that occurred that caused losses that ultimately harmed the customer.
All right, thank you, sir. Madam Chair, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ray, for being here. There's a lot of questions about early stage due diligence, about why the indictment and the timing of that indictment by justice. But I think as policymakers, we're here to understand the FTX collapse and what could be done to prevent a future fraud like this from ever occurring again, where individuals lost their money. It's complicated by the fact that FTX is domiciled in a foreign jurisdiction, and by all indications, Mr. Bankman-Fried is also in a foreign jurisdiction at this time. And so we should ask ourselves tough questions as to why a company like FTX would choose to set itself up in the Bahamas rather than the United States in the first place. I think that's a question for Congress. And also, we can't lose sight of the fact that millions of Americans lost money in this. I'm outraged. I think you're outraged. The American people should be outraged. Let me dive in. A day after FTX filed for bankruptcy, multiple outlets reported that there was a hack or a potential theft. You have stated unauthorized access to certain assets occurred and that the company was in touch with law enforcement officials and regulators. Have you determined whether, in fact, assets were moved out after the bankruptcy?
Yes, clearly there was assets moved out after the bankruptcy.
And do you know whether or not that was an actual hack, or was this done, as has been reported, at the direction of the Bahamian authorities?
It was both.
It was both. And so some was done. Some was done as a result of a hack. Some was done as a result of the request of the Bahamian authorities.
Francesco Morrow.
And do you have
Hi,
indications
everyone.
as to why the Bahamian authorities made that request?
Well, it wasn't a request.
Hey, Francisco.
They just took it.
The Bahamian authorities took the funds that were at FTX through their own action. Was no action required by FTX employees? Maybe you could provide just a little color.
They were aided by the ex-employees, yes.
They were aided by former employees of FTX.
Yes, Mr. Wang and Mr. Fried.
Is it in the eyes of the Bahamian authorities did this to protect clients and creditors? What was the do you have insight into the motivation behind this action?
Unlike the Chapter 11 process, there's no transparency in the process in the Bahamians, and we've repeatedly asked them for clarity about what they've been doing, and we've been shut down on that.
So from you've requested insight as to why this was done from the Bahamian authorities, and the Bahamian authorities, their reply to you was that they did not reply, or they replied and it was unsatisfactory.
They put out statements that
Billy
it was in
Bong
the
Thornton.
interest of the Bahamian
Plot
creditors,
thickens.
Although our view is that it violated the automatic stay in bankruptcy.
And so you have questions that still remain unanswered by the Bahamian authorities that would shed additional light into your investigation if that information was provided?
Yes.
Do you believe that at that time Mr. Bankman-Fried was attempting to undermine Chapter 11 cases by expanding the scope, by moving assets to accounts under the control of the Bahamian authorities?
It appears so.
So it appears that he may be working to undermine the scope of federal bankruptcy, U.S. federal bankruptcy law.
That's what it appears, yes.
And so then do you still believe that the Chapter 15
Francesco
case should be
Morrow.
consolidated in the Delaware Bankruptcy Court?
No, I do not think so.
What do you think should be, what do you think would be the best course of action?
They have a liquidation proceeding relative to FTS Digital Markets. They filed that proceeding there. That is their proceeding. We think the Chapter 11 process is the only open, transparent process that gives visibility to customers of what happened and when they're going to get their money and how they're going to get their money. The process
cut $3.49 in a poll, and they want me to submit a tax.
We have opened up the
tax
ability
paperwork.
to share everything that we have with the Bahamian government,
XRP,
similar to how we share with other liquidators around the world. Not only in this case, in other cases, it's meant to be a very cooperative situation. The pushback that we've gotten is sort of extraordinary in the context of bankruptcy. It raises questions. It seems irregular to me. There's lots of questions on our part, and obviously we're investigating.
I appreciate your candor on that point. I think that's a really important point that we look at. And again, one of my concerns is we look at overall crypto policy, shifting away from this specific bankruptcy, is that we have a large number of crypto companies that have chosen to domicile outside the United States rather than inside the United States, and a lack of a regulatory framework inside the United States. My concern is that's moving people to be offshore. And when they're offshore, when a fraud like this occurs, it's to the detriment of Americans who've placed their money in trust of a company like FTX. I appreciate you being here, cognizant of my time. I yield back.
The gentleman
Francesco
from
Morrow.
Massachusetts, Mr. Lynch,
Bye-bye.
who's also the chair of the Task Force on Financial Technology, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ray. I appreciate your patience with us today and your testimony. Recently, we received a leaked copy of Mr. Bankman-Fried's intended testimony. Apparently, it was leaked to Forbes. Basically, he continues to allege that this was all an accident, that was unintentional on his part, that he was unaware of
my
his
$3.50 is now covered.
Activities.
I
However,
uphold. I got
as my colleagues have
$3.50.
pointed out previously, this structuring, as you have said, of these 4 silos of companies, the location in the Bahamas indicates a deliberate attempt to avoid U.S. jurisdiction and U.S. security laws. So in our conversations with Mr. Gensler of the SEC last week, he indicated that there are laws in place that would have protected investors and customers had Mr. Bankman-Fried decided to register his offshore operations here in the United States. Is that your understanding?
Happy 420.
I'm not familiar with the regulations he's speaking to. Obviously there was an absence of regulation relative to these operations, so clearly any regulation would have helped.
The Southern District of New York also unsealed its criminal indictment this morning, which alleges that Mr. Bankman-Fried lied to investors. He now faces about 8 counts, including wire fraud on customers and lenders and conspiring to defraud the U.S. and violate campaign finance laws. Do you have any information that would countervail those charges? Is there anything that you've seen in the way that Mr. Bankman-Fried structured this company, or in any way that he tried to comply with U.S. securities law in your investigation so far?
We've certainly made all of our information available to the regulators and the enforcement agencies, and obviously they're seeing what we're seeing.
What I'm trying to get at is that while Mr. Bankman-Fried continues to say this was an accident, it appears to me at every step of the way that his acts were intentional, they were willful, and these were conscious decisions made by him in structuring his company as he did.
I don't know what his intent was. I certainly know what the results were, and they're disastrous, obviously, for customers.
I realize that only, at least so far, the reports say that only about 2% of the people defrauded in this, in the FTX collapse, were from the United States. Is that correct?
I don't know how they're calculating that number. Is that on a customer basis, a value basis? It's hard to comment on it. We do know that the U.S. investors were on the U.S. exchange, and the relative losses there are a fraction. But it's too early to tell exactly how much those losses are in either silo. There is a general truth to the statement that the U.S. will suffer that particular exchange will suffer less than the .com exchange, purely because of the siphoning off of cash and assets from .com over to Alameda.
There also seem to be, despite the structural differences between these different operations, FTX.com, FTX US, there is, without a doubt, a barrage of advertisements, endorsements, especially in the minority communities where Bankman-Fried
when you're buying Bitcoin on
trying
Uphold, Bitcoin
supposedly
is
bank the unbanked
$17,860.
with access to
When you're
FTX.
going to, I mean,
is that how?
Yeah, when you're
the
buying it.
U.S. citizens
when you go to sell it,
were sort of
it's
swept up into this?
It's
Do you have any indication
$17,666.
that was the process? They
$200
do heavily
cheaper.
There's
Uphold, fuck Uphold, man.
a lot of hype around crypto. There were hundreds of millions of dollars were spent on advertising to U.S. citizens on FTX.
No, thank
I'm just
you.
wondering if that was what
Billy Bond
drew
Thornton.
some of these victims into this
Rip-off.
disaster.
I don't have a professional view
It's,
of that.
if you're buying, it is if you're buying a whole Bitcoin, but
Okay.
when you're just buying $1,000 worth of
Madam
Bitcoin,
Chair, I yield back. Thank
it's
you.
really not
you.
that big of a deal.
The gentlewoman
So
from
you shouldn't
Pennsylvania,
let that stop
Ms.
you from
Dean,
purchasing if you're
is
getting
now
it from an
recognized
exchange
for
that's more
5 minutes.
expensive.
Thank you, Madam
If that
Chair, and
exchange
thank you
makes
to
you
the
feel
ranking
more
member
comfortable,
for
if it's
hosting
got
this
a better
important hearing at
reputation, if you have more
extraordinary
advantages with that
time,
specific
in the cause of
exchange,
this-
like you're getting
this case.
APY or something
So,
like that.
Mr. Ray, I want to just make sure
Sometimes
we
you
set
pay
the
more
stage, which
for a
is
better
that
service.
no matter what, the failure, the fraud, the infliction of pain on people is extraordinarily
Paula
real.
Dean.
As intriguing, as disastrous as the events leading up to the filings of bankruptcy are. And of course, you have the task of trying to recapture the assets and protect them and transparently convey them back to folks as best as possible. So all that is outrageous. I'd like to focus my time a little bit on what happened on the 11th and the 12th of November. You say in your testimony, I'm going to cite both your testimony and the declaration of the filing yesterday in court, that you accepted the position of Chief Executive Officer for FTX Group in the early morning hours of November the 11th and quickly realized bankruptcy filing was necessary, which began that day. You also say that as the cases were filed, debtors and their representatives worked tirelessly through the night to secure assets. You then go on in this yesterday's pleading, trying to block what the other liquidator was trying to do, to say that during this period, on the 11th and the 12th, as best I can build this, information emerged that debtor systems and assets were accessed from at least 2 sources. What are those 2 sources?
There was two situations going on. One is there was a hacking by a third party. We are tracing that hacking, using our own cyber teams. Plus, we're being assisted by the government in tracking the ultimate, location of those crypto assets. And the other thing that happened at the same time was that, aided with resources of our former management, the Bahamian government took control of certain crypto assets.
Bahamian Commission
Yes.
instructed Misters Bankman-Fried and Wang to mint. What does that mean, to mint? A substantial number of new tokens and transfer hundreds of millions of dollars worth of these new tokens
to create new
to cold
tokens,
storage
to mint, to
for their
create.
benefit.
So the what that refers to is that it's mentioning the FTT, which is a coin created by the company. It could literally be minted. You could create new money with it. And so in that process, FTT was transferred to the Bahamian authorities.
To the tune of how much money?
Approximately
I read here
less than, about 300 million.
100 million.
Holy shit!
And you said that would be Mr. Bankman-Fried and Mr. Wang who did that minting and transferring. And it's
I know we have information that they were both involved, whether Mr. Wang did it or Mr. Fried. Obviously they were cooperating with the government in doing so.
and this is post bankruptcy filings.
Post-bankruptcy, when the automatic stay was in effect.
Man, I wonder how much of that money they cashed out.
That kind of wrongdoing, for somebody of your expertise, how is it that the rules were not
There's your clawback right there.
that someone was able, in this case, one unknown and the other known, likely known, was able to go in, mint, manufacture tokens, and transfer them to a foreign government?
It really goes back to the control of the company and its assets in the hands of a few people, in this case, wrongdoers. They held the keys, and they knew where the wallets were, and there's just a lack of documentation and internal controls of separateness between the company's assets, who held the keys, and they were able to take those assets purely by the way the company was established.
And post the 11th or 12th, has that kind of access to the keys, minting, transferring, stopped?
We haven't seen any evidence of hacking. We've certainly have isolated any involvement of the former founders from the company, whether that's cash or other assets. What we don't know, right, is whether or not the founders could have taken crypto and put it in a cold wallet that we just don't have an awareness of. And if they did, hopefully we can trace that. We may find in the billions of data that we have a trail there, but it's possible that assets would have escaped the system and maybe exist in a thumb drive that we just don't have knowledge or possession of.
I thank you, Mr. Ray, and thank you for your team's work.
Thank you very much. The
Hoot and
gentleman
howl.
from New York,
Oh,
the
absolutely,
gentlewoman
some
from New
did.
York, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coming here to testify today, Mr. Ray. I have a lot to get through, so we're going to try to get these answers as quickly as possible. I want to put together a little bit of a timeline of this collapse between November 12th and yesterday. On November 2nd, we have CoinDesk leaking these balance sheets. On the 8th, Binance signs a non-binding letter to acquire FTX, and Bankman-Fried freezes or pauses withdrawals from FTX. I would like to submit to the record your declaration to the U.S. Bankruptcy Court, or FTX's declaration to the U.S. Bankruptcy Court that was filed yesterday. Now, on November 9th, the day after those assets were frozen, Binance announced it would not go through with the purchase.
Billy Bong
And according to this filing, the same day, Bankman-Fried emailed the Bahamian Attorney General with an offer. That offer stated that he would offer to unfreeze withdrawals just for Bahamian customers on FTX, quote, so they can tomorrow fully withdraw all their assets. Correct. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, on November 10th, FTX DM, the next day, was placed into a foreign provisional liquidation in the Bahamas, correct?
Correct.
The next morning. Now, after that, Bankman-Fried then made good on his offer, on his previous day's offer, in that email to the Bahamian AG, opening withdrawals just in the Bahamas for a period of 25.5 hours. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, during that period, $100 million was withdrawn in the Bahamas from FTX by 1,500 individuals, correct?
Correct.
And this was the day before you were set to take over. So he was still in control. This was like right before he was supposed to hand this off. Now, I think what we have here is that, or rather afterwards, on November 12th, we have what Congresswoman Dean was just asking about with this additional minting, these questions around this additional minting. And then on November 16th, the Bahamian appointed joint provisional liquidators did something very interesting. They came here to the United States Bankruptcy Court and sought an entry to recognize the Bahamian liquidation as the main foreign proceeding. Would that additional control be of any potential value to Mr. Bankman-Fried for that Bahamian proceeding to be the main one?
Well, clearly, there seemed to be an effort by the Bahamian Commission to get control of the bankruptcy process, and I think that was evident by their filing, which, by the way, was made up in New York, not Delaware.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that correction. Now, did you uncover any evidence that demonstrates that this window, that 25.5-hour window, opened in exchange for any consideration offered to Mr. Bankman-Fried by the Bahamian Attorney General or any state official, including a promise to initiate liquidation proceedings which might offer a path towards Mr. Bankman-Fried retaining some control or influence over FTX.com?
We intend to investigate that very thing.
Thank you very much. Now, I'd like to dig into a little bit of the timeline of yesterday. Yesterday, you filed that same declaration that revealed some of this explosive information. What time did you file this?
That was
Around what time?
Yeah, 3 or 4 o'clock.
Around 3 or 4 o'clock. Now, when you file this information, that requires, that essentially discloses that you are sharing this information, and it discloses that to opposing counsel, correct?
Yes, we docket it and the world knows about it.
Now, if opposing counsel essentially becomes notified of this, that would mean that Bankman-Fried and potentially Bahamian officials would have been potentially privy to that information starting around 3 or 4 p.m., correct?
Correct.
What time was Mr. Bankman-Fried arrested yesterday?
I believe it was in the early evening hours after 4 o'clock. So
I believe it was
7 o'clock, perhaps.
It was in the evening after that filing.
6, 7 o'clock, yes.
I would like to submit to the record the statement from the Attorney General of the Bahamas issued yesterday on the arrest of Mr. Samuel Bankman-Fried. And after submitting that to the record, I would like to note that in this statement, they stated at such time as a formal request for extradition is made, presumably by the Southern District of New York, but they do not state when that request for extradition was made. Do you believe that information is important for us to understand in order to piece together a timeline, Mr. Ray?
Yes, sir. I certainly don't have that full timeline, and that's something that we look forward to learning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Garcia, who is also the Vice Chair of the Subcommittee on Diversity and Inclusion, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ray, and thank you for your patience today as we come towards the end of this hearing. Let me just say that I was one city controller of Houston, and under me was the city auditor, so I've done a lot of audits, overseen a lot of audits, and this has got to be one of the most ridiculous, loosely-goosey operation I've ever seen. I wouldn't be surprised if you come back and tell us you found money under somebody's mattress, because it seems like there was total lack of controls, total lack of transparency, total lack of any accountability.
Where's the woman talking?
It's much like an onion that every time you peel a layer, it gets a little smellier and uglier. So I know we need to stay tuned. I wanted to also go over a little quick timeline, following up on my colleague's questions.
Not on screen.
FTX International was founded before FTX US, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
FTX International was put together before FTX US.
Yes.
So before FTX US customers didn't have a forum or a platform to participate in, because, as I understand it, FTX International was for non-USA customers.
That's correct.
Billy Bong
So
Thornton.
do you happen to know how many
Lol, I
FTX
like this woman.
US customers
Find money
there really
under my
is?
mattress.
She's funny.
We don't have an accurate customer count. We do have a user number, which
Everyone's
is
a
about
comedian.
2.7 million. But customers did have multiple accounts, and some of those accounts have zero balances.
So
We need to get to the bottom of
2.7
it.
million.
Right.
We were told that I saw some information that said that it was about, I think it was 2% of the total picture of FTX customers. Is that about
Yeah,
it?
I don't know how they're calculating that. I mean, on a relative basis, though, the U.S. number of U.S. users and the value at the petition date, is relatively small compared to .com.
Well, I've been curious to find out, and I've asked this question of the White House Working Group and another number of people that have appeared before us just about this whole crypto space. Who is the consumer here? Who are the people being harmed? I'm not talking about hedge fund managers. I'm not talking about investors. I'm not talking about entities. How many real people are being hurt?
Dude, yeah, the
Well, we haven't, we don't have a breakdown by, say, institution versus individual. Clearly, there's a lot of individuals harmed by this, a lot of individual accounts.
You know, and you guys, this people like this
crypto
motherfucker
accounts
right
are
here
current,
think they have a right to
currently,
our money.
Something that, it's available
right now,
to
this guy is
consumers.
like,
So I would expect the population will include a large amount of consumers.
So when you say that, are you telling me you have no consumer data, you just have account numbers right now?
We have account numbers. We can ultimately, figure
There's
out the
real
names
people
associated with
behind
those
those
accounts.
account
What we
numbers,
don't know,
piece
of
of
course,
people
necessarily
like
is,
me. I mean, luckily, not
what
me
the
with this
identity
company, but
necessarily
with
is
another
behind some of
company
those
for
account
sure.
names.
Another
So
company
you don't have
just
any
as guilty
information on their
as this one.
demographics or states? You can't
Guilty
tell
of
me
the
if I
exact
have
same
any in my
garbage.
district?
Not at my
You
fingers.
can't tell Mr. Auchincloss if there's any from his district?
Not at my fingertips. We certainly can accumulate that.
But you know, we've been talking about Celsius.
Well, I would be
their
really
bankruptcy
interested
on
because
here
obviously
for months and
for
months. I
many of
told
us,
you guys
it is our
as soon as I
constituents
found
that we
out about it.
wanna
I
make
told you
whole.
guys
Well,
about
we
it.
have a
We
concern
talked about it
for
on the
the
show.
entire crypto
And
space
it
and all
wasn't
of
until
the,
months later that FTX
people who
claimed bankruptcy too,
participated
and eventually BlockFi.
any of these trades on their platforms. We have a deeper concern, if you will, for our own constituents. And we need to make sure that, that we do make them whole. And I know in response to a previous question, you said you weren't sure when you'd be able to make everyone whole. Is that answer the same for the people for just the U.S., or is that also the same for the people in the FTX International?
It's same for all, for all the customers. I mean, obviously the extent of the harm appears greater on the international side. So, we're hopeful again on the U.S. side that the dissipated assets are not significant, and that obviously would lead to a greater recovery and a sooner recovery. But it's a little bit premature to really nail that down today.
Well, thank you. And I when you do the demographics and the consumer data, keep in mind that Morning Consult study showed that about a quarter of Black and Latino respondents own cryptocurrencies. It's a quarter compared to 17% of white respondents. We need to make sure that when we talk about making everybody whole, we're talking about everybody.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you very much. The gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Timmons, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ray. Let's go back to Enron. That trial was from January 30th, 2006 until May 25th,
Yeah, it's been
2006.
10 years ago.
Pretty lengthy trial. I imagine that the federal prosecutors presented ample evidence. There were
15
all
years
witnesses.
ago. They're finally getting their
Would
money.
it have been helpful
We know.
to have the defendant testify before Congress for like 6 hours and answer a whole bunch of questions under oath prior to that trial? Would that have been helpful to federal prosecutors?
Well, by that time, the company had been confirmed out of bankruptcy. We had
Before he was arrested, would it have been helpful for him to come before Congress and testify for hours on end and answer every question that we could come up with?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah.
So it would have been really helpful.
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Okay. So why 36 hours before he was scheduled to testify before this committee for hours on end did the Southern District of New York send a provisional arrest warrant to the Bohemian government to facilitate his arrest, to preclude his testimony, which would have been incredibly helpful in the prosecution of Sam Bankman-Fried?
What a great question.
I obviously can't speak for the agency.
Yeah.
It's kind of
Call the agency.
bizarre. I mean,
Why are you asking
I
him?
was a prosecutor for a number of years. I prosecuted
Why are you
complex white
asking
collar
that
cases.
guy?
The thought of getting 6
He's not the
hours of
cops.
congressional grilling for a target of investigation.
Kind of weird
or a
person to be
defendant,
asking. He's just kind of rhetorically
that
asking
would be
it. I
great for my case. So I just don't understand. I guess the grand jury returned the indictment on the 9th. Technically, you can delay weeks if you want to. So this was a decision made by somebody at DOJ to prevent Sam Bankman-Fried from coming here in a couple hours and testifying before Congress, answering questions in front of the American people. I've read his
So go talk to
alleged
DOJ.
testimony that he was going to give. He's basically saying that he lacks the criminal intent. He lacks mens
Get
rea.
DOJ on the
He's
stand,
saying
bro.
that his attorneys pressured him into
There you
filing
go.
Chapter 11, that
Problem
he
solved.
immediately, after doing a DocuSign to sign away everything, said,
How's the
I don't want
sound?
to do that,
Can
told
you
his
hear me and
attorneys,
him okay?
again, this is all what he says, told
You
his
guys like the way I
attorneys
have it
that
equalized?
undo it, I do not want to do that. And it seems that he's been taking steps ever since
Nice
that
and
to
loud.
try to wrangle control of his companies back.
yourselves, okay.
Is that fair to say?
You know, I can only read what you read in the press. I haven't talked to Mr.
I can only read what you read in the stuff that you're reading.
So
Dave C. Fishing.
my
You're a little
friend from
low.
Wisconsin was talking about
Yeah, the
Chapter
mic's
15
far away.
versus Chapter
Okay,
11.
that's what I
and
wanted.
That's basically the Bohemian government or outside, what do they call it?
I want that to have
Joint
priority.
provisional liquidators are trying to wrangle control of this bankruptcy. Is that fair to say?
It seems that way, yes.
And arguably, you're going to be going after the $100 million that was allowed by 1,500 Bohemian citizens to take out that was allegedly owed.
Dave
You're still going
C.
to get to the
Fishing.
bottom of that. So you
Yeah, the
plan on
steam
going
is
after
slightly
that money,
louder.
correct?
We'll investigate every potential cause of action.
And if 1,500 people in the Bahamas were allowed 25 and a half hours to withdraw $100 million, do you plan on trying to get that back and distribute it appropriately?
We will certainly pursue every course of action to recover.
Billy Bong
Okay.
Thornton. This keeps going further down the rabbit
So
hole.
where do
SBF
you
gonna
go from
get
here?
whacked
You're obviously
for
going
sure.
to do everything you can to maintain control of it and keep it in Chapter 11. Is that fair to say?
It is fair to say, I mean, you know, we think the bankruptcy process here is the one place that has transparency and has the greatest ability to maximize value for creditors. These things aren't usually mutually exclusive. We work with liquidators all the time on a cooperative basis, so this is a little bit unprecedented.
I think that's fair to say. This is going to be a law school exam for many students in years to come. I'll end with this. I really look forward to figuring out why the Department of Justice issued the provisional arrest warrant to preclude Sam Bankman-Fried from testifying before us this afternoon. Wow. I do not understand it. As a former prosecutor, the thought of him going on the record for 3, 4, 5 hours and answering every question to try to
pissed off
keep
and
his
rightly so.
alleged mens rea out of this would be wonderful. So I look forward to figuring out why they
Corruption,
did that.
man.
With that,
They
Madam Chair,
did
you're
that intentionally.
Thank you.
to
The
cover
gentleman
their
from
shit.
Illinois, Mr. Garcia, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
It's a good accusation.
You, Chair Waters and Ranking Member McHenry, for hosting this important hearing. And thank you, Mr. John Ray, for joining us today. I want to start by zooming out a bit because FTX isn't an anomaly. It's a collapse. Is just the case of isn't just a case of one corrupt guy stealing money. It's about an entire industry that refuses to comply with existing regulation that thinks it's above the law. It is not. As we speak, Binance is being investigated by the Department of Justice. Tether is being investigated by DOJ as well. The SEC is investigating the co-founder of Terra Luna, which collapsed earlier this year, and Digital Currency Group has many of the same conflicts of interest present in the FTX case.
What about Celsius?
The crypto industry is in crisis because crypto assets have no inherent value. These companies are making money using one thing, hype. And when the hype runs out, these businesses fail, and ordinary investors, especially latecomers who are disproportionately low income,
Don't listen to
Black
people like
and
this,
Latino,
hodlers.
lose.
Don't listen to this
Mr. Ray,
guys like
in
this,
your November
hodlers. We're
17
fine.
filing, you noted that your team had
fine.
detected unauthorized minting of approximately 300 million in FTT tokens by an unauthorized source after the bankruptcy petition date. Your December 12 filing notes that while one source of this unauthorized minting remains under
Hoot and
investigation,
howl.
a second source has
What's
been
that
confirmed
USD backed by
without
again?
doubt. Who was the source of this unauthorized minting that your team has confirmed without a doubt?
The second
Oil?
source I think you're referring to is the
petrodollar?
And Mr. Ray, one of the unacceptable management practices at FTX that you identified was the absence of independent governance throughout the FTX group. People from the same group were leading various companies, and there were potential conflicts of interest because of this. Could you tell us more about
Thornton,
the risk, the lack of independent governance, and what risks were created as a result?
We had no independent board of directors.
Billy Bong Thornton,
Lack of oversight
and
by
Inc.
an independent board. It leaves the company in the hands of a small group of individuals, and the company is effectively sort of naked when it comes to internal controls. So that was certainly the case here, and it's something that is atypical of companies of this size.
And customers report, and you've confirmed during the hearing, that FTX was asking customers to send money to Alameda instead of FTX. Mr. Bankman-Fried claims this is because in the early days of FTX, the company did not have a bank account. On a Twitter space yesterday, Mr. Bankman-Fried said he does not know if assets were moved over from the Alameda to FTX after those early days. To your knowledge, how long were customers instructed to send funds to Alameda that were meant for FTX?
We don't have a precise timeline of that circumstance. That's one of our investigations. We'll certainly look to what kind of communications were given to customers. Did they know? Did they actually have knowledge of that direction? Those are all questions.
And were the assets ever moved over to FTX, or were they allowed to stay with Alameda?
There were certainly certain assets were stayed with the exchange, effectively in a pot, if you will. But clearly, assets moved to Alameda, or those assets were there continuously. So clearly there was an allocation to Alameda of customer funds that were utilized for other purposes.
Thank you, sir. Madam Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you so very much. The gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Auchincloss, who is also the vice chair of the full committee, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ray, I appreciate your patience and diligence this afternoon in answering these long questions.
My Ring doorbell is so
You've addressed
amazing.
everything with care and thought. You haven't played any video games while you're talking to us.
Outside
So
the front door and shit.
terrific. Mr. Bankman-Fried leaked his written testimony to Forbes today. Just one more link in a long chain of dissembling and lies from Mr. Bankman-Fried. So I think it's important to allow you to respond to anything he put in there on the record here with us. He really makes two pointed assertions. One is that you haven't engaged with him and haven't allowed him access to his passwords and accounts. Can you explain to the committee now why that is the appropriate course of action?
Well, for a couple of reasons. I mean, first of all, we wanted an independent, examination. We didn't want to rely on people who were potentially compromised. And as we now sit here today, we know that was a wise decision. Right? Yes. Second of all, what he was asking for fundamentally was to allow access to a system that we know just hours after the bankruptcy filing, he had dissipated assets from the estate.
I think those two are sufficiently good reasons. I'll reclaim. The second broad point he makes is that were he allowed to restart FTX, he could raise the financing and make customers whole. That's, I think, a fair paraphrasing of what he's asserting. Again, can you respond to that and whether that's true and credible?
In my history of doing corporate restructurings, I don't find that remotely believable, because the first thing an investor would have to do is pay several $billions just to have the company, back to the position it was in. So it's a Fantastic idea.
It would be throwing good money after bad in the biggest sense of the word, right?
Well, that's what we all do in crypto, baby. Give me
Good,
some
thank
more
you. Just
money.
wanted to
That's
give you
how
that
I
opportunity.
crypto.
And I also want to associate myself with the very thoughtful line of questioning from both Ms. Ocasio-Cortez and Mr. Timmons, actually, from both sides of the aisle on the timeline here. And I'll just reiterate the timeline quickly. On November 6th, FTX Group was facing a liquidity crisis. On November 8th, FTX withdrawals were halted. On November 9th, Mr. Bankman-Fried sent an email to the Attorney General of the Bahamas saying the Bahamian customers could make withdrawals as they had, quote, segregated funds for all Bahamian customers, end quote, despite his awareness of FTX's withdrawal halt. And then on November 10th, 2 days after withdrawals were halted, nearly $100 million in cryptocurrency was withdrawn by those, quote, asserting to be Bahamian customers. And then, quite conveniently, for Mr. Bankman-Fried's counsel, he is arrested right before he was due to provide hours worth of sworn testimony to Congress.
Quite conveniently.
Mr. Ray, do we have your commitment that as you continue to unravel this ball of yarn and pull on these relative threads here, that if you find any evidence of improper collusion between Mr. Bankman-Fried and any authorities in the Bahamas or elsewhere, that you will make that known to us?
Absolutely.
Thank you. And I want to close really with comments directly to the broader industry here. And I've long said that I'm neither a crypto bull nor a bear. My job as a policymaker is not to deliver new products or technology, but rather to advance laws and regulations that protect consumers, that preserve market integrity, and advance the US dollar as the world's reserve currency. And I maintain this market and tech agnostic position. I think it's the appropriate one. We need strong and clear regulations here from Washington.
Okay.
But I do want to say that my patience with the crypto bulls is wearing thin. It's been 14 years, and the American public has heard lots of promises, but it has seen lots of Ponzi schemes. For crypto, it's time to put up or shut up. It's worth noting that ARK, the innovation investor, several years ago identified 5 general-purpose technologies of the future: DNA sequencing, artificial intelligence, robotics, energy storage, and blockchain. And yet those first 4 disruptive technologies have already delivered game-changing innovation that affects my constituents in daily life. Blockchain has thus far delivered white papers and podcasts about Bitcoin and DAOs and NFTs, DeFi, and more. And it's all interesting, it's exciting even, but none of it has achieved product market fit at scale. And it's time for the blockchain investors and entrepreneurs to build things that matter or to lose more credibility. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Thank you very much. Without objection, I would like to enter into the record the closing statements from Ranking Member McHenry and myself. And I'd like to thank you, Mr. John Ray III.
Chairwoman Waters.
For your presence here today.
Chairwoman Waters, I've not had an opportunity to testify or to question the witness.
I'd like to thank you for your presence.
Chairwoman Waters.
And for the
Parliamentary inquiry.
Yes.
Are all members entitled to question witnesses?
You are, and if you would like to miss the votes on the floor for everybody.
Hey, it's the chairwoman's prerogative to call a recess.
1 moment, please.
That's your decision, not mine.
Just 1 moment, please. You may go right ahead and have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're certainly welcome,
Dave C.
sir.
Fishing.
Mr. Ray,
KIK.
earlier today you said FTX
Billy
was one of the worst
Valentine.
bankruptcies you have handled in your 40 years of legal and restructuring
Dave
experience.
C. Fishing.
Under Mr. Bankman-Fried,
LOL,
FTX had almost no record keeping, risk management, or accounting. In fact, FTX had 0 accountants on their payroll. Mr. Bankman-Fried explained to Bloomberg Businessweek that FTX's accounting was done by him, and in his head, quote, "I was real lazy about the mental math. The complete lack of any basic record keeping makes it difficult to track down assets and untangle this mess. Are you aware of any additional wallets the co-founders potentially have access to that contain debtor assets?"
No, we're not.
There's also been very little attention to the banks that FTX had a relationship with. I don't know that I've heard about any questions today, but the ties between FTX and Farmington State Bank began in March when Alameda Research invested $11.5 million in the bank's parent company, FBH. Do you have any insight or additional information as to why a small agricultural lending bank with really no footprint in fintech or crypto has a relationship with FTX?
No, that's the subject of our inquiry. I mean, we do know, obviously, we made that investment.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. You've also stated that Alameda's business model as a market maker required deploying funds to various third-party exchanges, which were inherently unsafe and further exacerbated by the limited protections offered in certain foreign jurisdictions. To your knowledge, are any of the FTX co-founder or their family members affiliated with third-party exchanges that received funds from Alameda?
We're certainly investigating that. It's going to take some time to dig through that.
Nicholas Napier.
Part of our focus.
Thank you.
How are you going to track everything
and I'd like to yield the balance
down? Because
of
the
my time to the
cryptocurrency
ranking
thing
member,
was set
Mr.
up to go
McHenry.
around government. Nobody keeps track of much anything. There's so many loopholes in it you can't control.
As I was saying before, without objection, I would like to enter into the record the closing statements from Ranking Member McHenry and myself. I would like to thank you so very much, Mr. John Ray, for the time that you have spent here today in the way that you had helped us. And with that, I would recognize the Ranking Member for a minute.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. And first, I want to say thank you to you, Madam Chair, and your team. Over the last 4 years as Ranking Member and Chair of this committee, there are times we've worked together. There are times we haven't. There are times where we've agreed in public and disagreed in private, and then other times we've done the opposite. But I want to thank you for how we have attempted with one another to treat digital
Sean,
assets
aka
and
Trendy
the bipartisan work we have here. Mr. Ray,
It's gonna
thank
be a
you for you and your
mudslinging fest,
team,
both sides,
your
claim to
willingness
have
to
the law on
participate
their
today,
side.
and the forthright nature
Billy
by
Bob
which you
Thornton.
handled a hearing like this.
You can track transactions on the blockchain.
We know there'll
They
be
will find
ongoing
it.
conversations in the new year. The title of this hearing was Part 1. Part 2 will be next
Billy
year.
Ballantyne.
And as chair of the committee, it's my
Challenge.
intention to continue the work
Get people
of
to
Sherwin
take you
Waters when
seriously
it comes to
while
this
wearing
matter.
a blue bow tie.
We know
Nicholas
more
Napier.
because of your testimony.
But you look at the
Good,
people, the
somebody who's
ranking
a
chairwoman
crypto
is
genius,
none other than a crook
but
out in
behind
California.
closed doors was using QuickBooks. We know somebody who was a pretender to the technology, but was doing everything possible to obscure something that is innately a transparent product. Now we understand why, a lot more of the why. We wish you well in resolving these matters and look forward to continuing the conversation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit additional written questions for the witnesses to the chair, which will be forwarded to the witnesses for their response. I ask our witnesses to please respond as promptly as you're able. Without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days within which to submit extraneous materials to the chair for inclusion in the record. The hearing is adjourned.
Thank you.
Nicholas Napier. Criminals investigating criminals.
He's gone. They dipped.
Hippichick. Wow, great hearings. Billy Bong Thornton.
Placed in cuffs just
May
hours
I
before
you
he was
wait?
supposed to testify in front of Congress. The latest on his firm's collapse and what it means to the future of crypto.
And then later this hour,
Billy
we're
Bob
on Capitol
Thornton.
Hill where negotiations to keep
Anybody
the government
home?
open past Friday continue. We'll tell you about the possible solution that lawmakers are considering.
And we'll hear from a legal expert about the ongoing jury deliberations in Harvey Weinstein's sexual assault trial out of Los Angeles. What the amount of time they've spent on this case could tell us and what's likely going on in that room. We begin this hour with the extreme wintry weather impacting millions of Americans.
That's right, blizzard conditions are hitting parts of the north. The massive storm system has already dumped more than 3 feet of snow in some places. A rare instance of thunder snow, there you see it, was caught on camera in Sedona, Arizona overnight.
Heavy rain and powerful wind gusts are impacting parts of the South. The storm has already produced tornadoes in Oklahoma and Texas. CBS News national correspondent Manuel Bojorquez joins us now. Manny, welcome. We can see the snow blowing there. Tell us what the situation is like on the ground.
Billy Bond.
Yeah, it's rough out here, rather miserable. If this were just snow falling, it's Colorado, it's December, of course they're used to that. That would be one thing. But these gusts, up to 60 miles per hour along the eastern plains, are just making really difficult and treacherous conditions for people, anybody who's decided to venture out into this, the ice, the snow. It feels like you're being sandblasted when the wind pushes it into your face. So you'll apologize if it's hard for me to look directly at the camera. But it's up to 10 inches of snow expected in this area in Fort Morgan, Colorado. We haven't seen too many people out. We have seen the heavy machinery out, but already because of the reduced visibility and the whiteout conditions, some interstates and highways have already been shut down, just trying to get people out of harm's way, I should say.
Manny, we appreciate you sounding that alarm and being there to tell people about what the situation looks like. It looks terrible from our perspective here in the warm studio. I'm so sorry that you had to be out there, my friend. But the storm system, it's already dumped several feet of snow in some areas across the country. It looks like it's dumping it right there on your head. How much worse are these blizzard conditions expected to get, and how are they impacting the state?
Well, at least Colorado.
Well, you know, we drove up here last night, no snow, some wind, and then overnight the snow started. The problem with this is that it's hard for me to speak. It's expected to go on for hours. It's been like this for hours now, and it will continue throughout the afternoon. So not only will the snow accumulating, of course that's always tough to get around, and we have seen people hit the hardware stores yesterday for all the things that you need, the rock salt and the shovels and stuff like that. But just the winds lasting this long and making the conditions so dangerous for anybody who does venture out. You know, when you get out onto the streets, the reason they don't want people to do that is that if you get stuck or in trouble, then you have to get emergency crews out there to try to get to you, and that puts them in harm's way too. So that's why this is the kind of day that even in Colorado, you will have schools and businesses shutting down for this type of winter storm.
Yeah, you know, Manny, I always say, like, one of the things you can't actually describe or show or fully explain to people, having covered many winter storms myself, is just how painful that wind and snow feel. You know, when that hits on your face, I know it's like needles, right? It's extremely dangerous. So we so appreciate you being out there. And I wonder, you mentioned people going to hardware stores. With respect to officials, what type of preparations did they put in place ahead of this snow? And what's the time frame? How long is this storm expected to last?
Right, so this blizzard warning for this area goes through midnight, so that gives you an indication of how long officials expect these conditions to last. Really, the warning here is just to stay off the roads, as we have been talking about. That's the main thing. People here are used to winter storms. They've got the snow plows, they've got the heavy machinery ready to go. But in situations like this, when you just have constant wind, constant rain, there's very little you can do but let it pass. You know, you talked about the pain of covering something like this or being out in it. It's two things, right? It's painful to feel like those needles coming at you, but at the same time, I feel like I can't feel my face.
Your face
so which
freezes,
is it? I don't know. It's just cold,
Manny, enough. Go inside, get warm.
Thanks to you and your crew. Thank you so much.
Yes, and to the crew who's behind the scenes. We can't even see them. Manuel Bajorquez
the
out
crew,
there.
very important, the crew. They're suffering out here too, so we'll pass
all
that
of you.
along.
We
Thank
appreciate
you.
all of you. Thank you.
We are also tracking where the storm is headed next.
Alex Wallace with our partners at the Weather Channel joins us now for more on this. So, Alex, what can you tell us?
As we march our way through this early part of the week, we talked about that threat for the big, severe thunderstorms here with our big system tracking in the middle of the country. And unfortunately, that's what we are dealing with here for the day, from basically southeastern Oklahoma into East Texas and then stretching into the lower Mississippi Valley.
Thank you, James Davidson on Twitter. Thank you for letting me know.
No problem, man.
Yeah,
no problem.
I'm done. We're done. I hope you guys had a good 4 hours. You guys take care. Thanks so much for watching the show. We'll see you on the next one, okay? This afternoon sometime.